This is a Tactical Genius production. Welcome to Virtual Pool 4 Online.
Surely you can't be serious.
I am serious. And don't call me Shirley.
Well, good, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to VP4 TV. Welcome to Virtual Pool 4 Online, and welcome to Semi Pro. We are in for the long haul today. We had the one match that was scheduled last night for tonight, and that match was this one between Larry from the USA and John Boo from the UK. But in the meantime, sometime during the night or during this morning or during early this afternoon, Stubb, or Real Poland Power from the USA, although he thinks he's from Poland, has arranged this match with Zangetsu from South Africa, and that is going to go ahead in about 7 minutes' time. And the bracket itself, or the schedule itself, hasn't changed any, apart from the fact that that's the additional match that has been added. We've still got that match, then we've got the Larry and John Boo 2 hours time at 7 p.m. British Summer Time, and Mark Shark and Little Wolf are still scheduled for Saturday at 2 p.m. in the afternoon, and Cheeky Chico and Semi Pro are going to go at 3 p.m. on Sunday afternoon. And then the final match that's in the schedule is Snake Eyes and Sylvia. So that is us up to date as far as that goes. If we look at the bracket, we can see that the round 2 matches are taking shape. We've got Albinario against Mal. We've got Spudboy in round 2, who got through by forfeit against Bankster, so I presume either of them didn't show up, or Bankster was the one that didn't show up because he's the one that's been forfeited. We've still got MC Clarkey and Dirties to arrange their match. Now, what's today's date? The 8th, is it? Well, there's just 2 days to go before the deadline for that match, so they need to get in communication with one another one way or other. Good afternoon to WizKid. But anyway, that's the match that's outstanding in the first round. We've also got Snake Eyes through to round 2 to play Sylvia, and that match, as we say, has already been arranged. And we've got this match tonight with Larry and John Boo to decide who's going to play Popman in round 2. Further down, Cobra, who got through via forfeit. One decided he didn't want any of it and bailed out. So Cobra has a bye to round 2, where he will now play Tommy from Germany, which should be a good matchup, a good test, well, especially for Tommy. And further down, we have Semi Pro with that match with Cheeky Chico on what the hell day was that again? Sunday. Yep, Sunday afternoon. And then this match with Stubb and Zangetsu in round 2. Further down, we've got the Mark Shark second round match with Little Wolf, and that takes care of that. So things are going to shape up quite nicely. And so we just wait to. In fact, as far as I know, Zangetsu was in practicing. Let me have a double check. Yeah. Let's see if my clock's working. Yes, it is. I should have started that 20 minutes ago. Instead of match time now, I've just done it stream time because we've got overlapping matches half the time as well. So how's this going to go? Well, I do hope, for the sake of watching, that Zangetsu puts up a half-decent show against Stubb, and more importantly, takes his chances as and when he gets them, because he's bound to get a few. Stubb today, again, I mean, watching him in that challenge room, there's particularly one choice I shot was crazy. So, shot choice is valid and very important in every game you play, but in particularly games where you've got to start manoeuvring around object balls and stuff like that, it's of paramount importance. And it's usually the downfall of Stubb in the long run especially in that straight pull World Championships we had. He was found out very quickly. Good afternoon to Tommy. Yeah, just about 4 minutes to go. So, of course, the other thing also, before I forget, is that this is, of course, Friday Night 9 Ball now. Earlier on when I checked, there was 3 people in. Hang on a second. Where are we going? Calendar. That's where we're going. And normally people need to get off the mat pretty sharpish to guarantee they're going to get a spot in Friday Night 9 Ball. It's gone to 4, but of course we've still got 2 hours before it goes ahead, but there's 4 in already, so anybody who's thinking of getting in, get in quick, guarantee yourself a seat. This will be the second week in a row that Larry's missed Friday Night 9 Ball, but he's got business at hand elsewhere. And we'll check the bracket for that when it goes up later on. That'll be when the other match starts, of course. In the meantime, we'll stick with this page at the moment. So, how's it going to go? What's the predictions then? Good afternoon to Chimpy. Tommy's going for a surprise win for Sangetsu by a couple of racks. 13-11. Spectre wasn't in. Oh, you mean was Spectre in the Friday Night 9 Ball? Or maybe he's got called away or something. He's probably going to do it later on. Be a surprise if he doesn't show up. Or maybe he's going out in the town tonight, you never know. Well, Steve hasn't been in touch to say that he was going to join us, but I'm in Discord anyway, so he'll come in. In fact, he probably doesn't even know that the stump match has been arranged. That's probably one reason. But I'm in there in case he does show up. Well, that's interesting. Because it didn't dawn on me, but that's probably right. What X Games is saying in the chat, that you definitely need to install DirectX 9 because VP4 is an old game in respect of what it uses to run properly. So you need to install DirectX 9. And he might also be right about the C runtime thing, which you can get off Microsoft's website. So if he advised Larry to go and do that, I'm surprised he didn't, because that's another way of testing whether that is the root cause of the problem. And if he did that and everything was fine, then he'd know that's what it was. Speak of the devil, Larry's arrived in the lobby, so he'll maybe say at some point. Zangetsu 1310. Well, we're at the top of the hour, and I've got the pink or the purple cloth, which I like the colour of, and I like the contrast between the yellow and red balls. So you can complain all you like, I'm sticking with it. I quite enjoyed that colour, and the contrast is good between the balls as well. And the room is up. We'll get in. So we're waiting on the players arriving. We'll lag for the break, of course. Race to 13. And they'll be getting their audible alerts either in a room or in the lobby to let them know to get in. 10 minutes to get in the room or you forfeit. So Zangetsu is raring to go. That's the thing that's missing from this table. You need to have the little slot for the cue ball to drop through, and you also need the window at the side with the coin slots to put your money in, and then you press the lever to push the balls through to tip them so that they roll out and come out this end where they get racked. And it could also, as a little finishing touch, have a strip of cloth hanging down, which players sometimes use to actually put onto the cloth to protect the cloth to rack the balls. That's the sort of little finishing touches you could have in VP4. Like VP4, I moaned in VP3 to Steve about the fact that it wasn't a proper snooker table in VP3. It was just an oversized pool table with rounded pockets that never had any. And VP4 still doesn't have the ball runs below the nets at the pockets, which they've got in shooter's pool, and the tables are nicely finished. And VP4, some of the tables just are half done. But it just needs that finishing touch to make it look nicer. But anyway, that's that moan out the way. Zangetsu is at the bottom of the screen. If he's at the top of the HUD, he's at the bottom of the screen. And that's a very close lag, but Stubb won it by a hair's breadth. So he will break off. And straight away, here it comes. Scratch from the break. Free shot for Zangetsu. Now we could have done with Steve here to shut him up. So Zangetsu is looking to open up this little problem at the bottom here by taking the red. It's still going to be a problem because he's now either going to take that cut or run up table. And up table's not that great. You've got to get really good on that red ball to pass the yellow. And this is not an inviting cut back into the corner. So where he goes next is anybody's guess. He's going to try and come back. Oh, he's just trying to hold the cue ball, but he's sort of in no man's land. But he's got a dicey little cut. And things are just running loose here. Good evening or good afternoon to Cobra. So Stubb comes to the table. Zangetsu strategically has locked the left-hand corner pocket with his red. Stubb does have an option right now. If he drops that yellow in the rail on the right-hand side, he could maybe try and get himself straight. It might again be too far away from the red to try and pot that yellow onto the red and get it to follow in. But either way, he's going to have to deal with the situation. He could try now if he was game enough to bank that yellow up table and get rid of it that way. Or he could drop the bottom rail at some point. Take the one along the bottom rail and stay below these two yellows. Cue ball, cue ball, cue ball. Oh. Well, he's corner hooked for a start, I think. I don't think he can get to that ball down the rail. And he can obviously see those two yellows, but there's not much he can do with them. And, well, he's overhit that from the point of view that I think he was trying to bank it down towards that top left-hand corner pocket. Because if he was looking to try and get the cue ball in a safe position, he's not done that. Now, Zangetsu, I think, see, if he took this one over the corner pocket right now, he'd be done for if he doesn't have a good angle on that red into the side to get up table for the last red. So, whatever he does commit himself to here, he's got to get it right, or he's not going to be in great shape. Now, is he going up to the corner with this? That's well played. But now, of course, the problem is he's blocked out and having to take his red, and he's going to brush off the 8 ball. He doesn't want to hit this hard, but he needs that angle off this last red over the pocket to get back up for the 8. So just a gentle roll in, I would suggest. Nothing more. He doesn't want to hit this too hard and skim off the 8. He skimmed the other side of it, as a matter of fact, and he's doomed. That's poor. I thought he'd have hit that 8 ball thicker, I must admit. And that's caught me out again. Now, well, he definitely can't get to it. He's got to go above that side pocket. That's the route to get there. Just before the middle pocket, by the look of it. Let's see if the line is there. And of course, the other problem anyway, even if he does pot it, he's not going to have any great shot in the 8 ball. So Stubb now with the opportunity to get the first rack. And that, with only those 3 balls left in the table, it was never going to be easy from where he was lying to get himself in the right spot to follow it through. But that kiss that he had in the 8 ball, that was what undone him there. Good afternoon to Dwight. Good afternoon to Larry. Larry, did you take the advice of X Games? Because I think that's very good advice. Genuinely good advice. Google DirectX 9 and get it installed, and then C++ will be off the Windows site, and see if that fixes it. Yeah, it was a weird... I mean, it looked as if that was going to hit that 8 ball a lot thicker to me. Good afternoon to Spud Boy. So first blood to Stubb on his break, remember. So the break being alternative, it goes back to Zangetsu. We'll be hoping to redeem himself. And he's got the first part right. Well, he's got the first 2 parts right, to break off, get a ball, and to keep the cue ball on the table. And these balls are sitting nice. What do you go for? I think looking at the table from where I am at the moment and where that cue ball is, I think it has to be the reds. simply because the yellow that he's on. Well, I mean, he could pot the red with the yellow, couldn't he? Because it's still an open table, so he could get rid of that red over the top pocket. But he's definitely committed to the reds. He's almost just gone a wee bit too far, but he's got a nice angle to maybe get through that gap, and he might be able to take that other red next to the 8 ball, but he might want to leave it there. He's got to get up table one way or another. Presuming he can stun through the gap. Nope, he skidded past the first yellow. So now he's in between shots here. He doesn't want to be taking the one into the side from this angle, because that's asking for problems. He could be bouncing into yellow balls and the cue ball going astray. He's probably going to have to take the 8 ball, or the one next to the 8 ball. And it'd be good if he could play the combo onto that red over the corner. Then that would save him a lot of trouble positionally. That would be my plan, trying to get on one of those reds that's maybe awkward, but just to cut it on to that red. Now, where he's sitting here, he's heading towards the other yellow, so this is why he's taking this red first, and he's just got to squeeze it past, and the cue ball's heading down towards that other red, which isn't a bad thing. That's a good line. Now this needs a little dink if he wants to leave this red straight up table, because it doesn't obviously go into the side. So just a little dink, and as straight as he can get it, just so he's rolling through. That's not straight enough, but he's got loads of room this side. The cue ball wants to track this direction off that pot, so unless he hits it far too hard, he's bound to be on the 8 ball. Bound to be on it. I could have done with hitting it a wee bit more, but that'll do. Sensible enough play. And that's a good response from Zangetsu to square the match. Now, what am I missing in the chat? You think the direct text doesn't matter? Well, that maybe it wouldn't do any harm, but certainly it does need certain things added to Windows 10 and 11 to get it to work properly. I never saw Larry's answer. Is it still the same situation? Larry, is it still goosed as far as full screen goes? Well, I sent a message to Steve-O last night to try and get a hold of Simon at some point if you want Simon to have a look at it if you're still got the same issue. Because if Simon and other people have got it working, then all you need is a bit of assistance or the proper advice on how to rectify it. Can't be anything major, I don't think. So, now I missed that by looking at the chat there. I presume that Stubb broke dry. Good evening to Tam. Tam, did you get your match sorted out with your opponent? Because that's 2 guys for Australia that have had problems with the times in this tournament. I think it was. I think he was saying he was trying to get that match rearranged. Anyway, Zangetsu at the table. He's on the reds. They're none too pretty the way they're sitting. And he's not really got a great shot here other than this dodgy cut. Cue ball running loose. Now, what's he trying to do here? Is he trying to kill the cue ball, or is he trying to line up a bank? Looks as if he's trying to take a line for a bank. I don't believe he played a bank because it was so far off the bank. I don't believe he played it. But it's given Stubb control of the table. Yeah, I told him to message the super admin to reschedule it. So Stubbs got an immediate problem as well. And again, he's tried the crazy way of doing it rather than trying to find a way into them. He's had a smack and he's dead and buried. And this is where Stubb trips up every time. He goes for the banging approach, and now he's almost fluked one. And I think he can consider himself lucky that he's left it as ugly as this. There's a tight cut down the rail, obviously. I don't think that Zangetsu could see enough of this red behind the 8-ball. He certainly can't. He can see an edge of it. And he's got nothing on the right side to go for at all. But there's an opportunity for him to get nasty if he gets over the right side with the cue ball, as he will when he pots this red. It's very difficult, obviously, to guard those two yellows that are over the side pocket. But if you can get some sort of good line on one of those reds down below there, well, the only thing now that he's hung that red, is that other yellow is tight to squeeze past into the pocket up table. He may well be trying to come across the table. Well, he's underhit it as far as the pot goes, and Zangetsu has his chance. And I don't know whether he's got enough angle on that red. No, he's dead straight. I was thinking that he could maybe draw back, but he's trying to take the awkward one first. And this is make or break. If he gets this, he's got a good chance to be out and take the lead. This is the crucial shot in the rack at the moment. Just get this one down the rail. He just pushed it to the rail, and that was enough to keep it from going in. If it had been a softer touch in the rail, and look at where the cue ball's finished. Right exactly where Stubb wanted it. But it's a chance gone for Zangetsu. He had to get that first shot. Well, this is going to be too straight. Well, too high, it's bedhead territory. But he's got an angle to finish somewhere down here for that 8-ball into the side. The line looks as if he's going to finish over here. Now, if he gets this wrong, he could hook himself behind the red. It depends what he's trying to do. He's got the spin working. And he's lucky because the commentator's eye said that was heading a line towards that red. But just enough weight off it to stop it rolling behind it. And then it goes. So Stubb takes the lead. But Zangetsu had his chance. No, the stream started long before the match started. This is now the stream time rather than the match time now because we've got matches overlapping. What, he didn't need to take that red down the rail first? It was the only one that he was sitting half decent on as far as I could see. Good afternoon to Vinces, Interchange X. Welcome everybody. So, for all latecomers, quick reminder, this match was unscheduled last night and it obviously has been scheduled since. The match we intended to stream is due to start in about 95 minutes time. The match between Larry and John Boo, and John Boo was in the lobby earlier on today. And again, Stubb having a good slash at things. Well, he's going to have to probably work this combo. He's having a look at it. So just bring the cue ball back a tad. And that's pretty good shape. Now, we all know where the problem lies in Stubb getting out here, because that 8-ball's in no good position, and Stubb will be hoping that he can do something off this red that stays in the table. And he's going to try and draw into the yellow and 8-ball right now, I think. And there's no guarantee he will have a shot though after this. And if he doesn't get into it now, well, he's missed it. And now he is dead. Well, that's a big miss. That was a huge target. It needed a bit more delicate touch on the draw, I think, because it looked a big target to catch at least something in that yellow ball. So the problem remains. Now, what's to stop him from banking in behind the reds and just nudging the cue ball right onto that red that's on the rail? You know, just bank up and down and drop in there. At worst, he'll leave a cut in the yellow, but other than that, he's leaving nothing else. You know, he could, by doing that, he could bring his other red into play a bit more and maybe get this one off the rail. Anyway, we'll leave it up to him to decide. Well, he's taking the red on the side. Now he's going for the cut and trying to break this time on this 8-ball. But once again, he's got no guarantee he's going to be anywhere near this red up table if he does it. At best, he might be able to just kick at it. But if he decides he's going to try and spin this cue ball, yep, there we go. Well, the angle it was on, it was always heading straight over towards the pocket, wasn't it? I would have thought he'd had to do something to avoid that and try and bring it more in line to try and make the hit on the 8-ball in the yellow. But anyway, now Zangetsu has got a problem at both ends of the table, and he's in two minds on what to do here, because Stubb obviously has that red in control of the pocket up table, and Zangetsu is going to open up this 8-ball, I think. It might be wise to have put his yellow ball in a better position with this free shot. I'm talking about the yellow near the red. It's immaterial if Stubb pots the red. It leaves him the problem of trying to deal with the 8-ball. At best, he would have a bank. Well, he's gone to get the yellow away from the 8 ball. And now he'll just roll to the yellow to leave Stubb almost hooked and bide his time, which is just as wise a play as well. He's got 2 of his balls into potable positions, so he might want to just skim this and try and come back up towards the 8 ball. Well, he hasn't been brave enough, but I would have been brave enough to just skim it and come back up towards the 8 and make it even more difficult for Stubb to hit this red ball. And now Zangetsu has had a favour done for him. So now he can go for the kill. But now, what one does he take first? Well, he could take the one into the side with the angle to drop down. That would be what I'd be doing. One into the side, the yellow, down here, pot that, roll that yellow in, you're on the 8 ball. Where's the problem? Well, he's going that way. It's still the same thing, forward and roll down. 6.5 a dozen, whatever you're comfortable with, but the main objective is get yourself good on this one, so all you're doing is just rolling this up table. It looks easy enough from here, and he's not got there. That's a fail. He should have took it into the side because it's a natural angle to drop down for the yellow. That's why I preferred my way of doing it than his way of doing it. If you commit to that way, you must get the cue ball through, and that was a poor shot. He left himself far too much to do here. This has just got to be sweet or it ain't going in. And plus he's no guarantee he'll be good in the yellow. Well, this might end up, it needs to slow up. It needs to keep slowing up. Well, he shot himself in the foot there, Zangetsu. He's got to bank this gently and try and keep it in front of that cue ball. It's a delicate little touch. He's having a look, but that I think is what he has to try and do. Just bank it and keep it in line. I don't know that cutting it's going to get him much joy. Well, I think he's decided he's going all out here. Watch the cue ball though. This is a tall order. Oh, it's got the legs. It's got the legs. It's got the legs. What a shot. That was a cracker. Now, can he follow it up? He needs another good one. Well, I would have banked that ball. I would have bottled out the cut. I would have banked the ball just to block it. But it's an excellent out there from Zangetsu under pressure. He won the battle though, but the war hasn't been won. It's 2 racks all, and it's back to Stubbs' break, and I don't think anything went in again. Oh no, a ball's gone. Yeah, a ball is gone. So he's got 2 yellows over both corner pockets, opposite ends of the table. And he's going to be forced into probably taking one of them, that one up table, because he's got very little other choice, I think. And that yellow obviously goes into the side, the one that's over there, that one. This one here, let's have a quick look. Well, you can just squeeze that past and you can combo the one over the pocket. This one here's a bit of a problem. It goes into the side as well though, so you need to be low on it. And then you've got the one in the rail, so again he's gone for the heave-ho shot. I mean, he's devoid of ideas on how to get there. I reckon you're going to be fed up hearing this tonight. I mean, that was a bit naive, was it not? That was really naive, having a swipe and a bang and hoping to look spectacular and start nudging balls that way when you can actually pick your way around. And he seems to not trust in doing things the right way in this game. There was no need for that at all. Absolutely no need. And it needs punishing. That's the thing. And the table's not exactly great for Zangetsu. But as long as Stubb keeps doing daft things like that, Zangetsu needs to be taking full advantage. Oh, I've pressed the wrong one. Aye, hang on. Oh, the names have changed. Aye, because sometimes I'll do that by mistake, and then it will go to that match. See, I'm missing the chat and I'm watching the game, and then I'm watching the chat and I'm missing the game. I'm trying to multitask here. Right, where have we got to? I think Zangetsu on the Reds. Now he's got an easy little combo down the rail, but he's got an angle that's taken him the wrong way away from that red. Has he gone far enough to see this one? He's just gone far enough. Now there's a problem. What does he do? Does he draw back off this quite firm to try and get down to the bottom of the table, or does he go the other way by taking the one over the pocket first? And maybe see, this is where he's going to get stuck. He's going to get stuck because of that red there. This one isn't a problem, because if he wanted, he could cut it onto that now. I don't think he's going to hit this yellow. It's too high. So if he did hit the yellow, it would nudge it out of the way. Yeah, he's too high for that. And he's not got enough room to get to the cut angle in that one now. So he's got his choice. And this is going to be the one that's going to stumble across, or he's going to stumble over it if he's going to try and find a way to get it out of there. He could try it now, but this is where you have to be like Stubb, give it a little bit of a bang just to try and nudge things and hope you get lucky. But he cannot see enough of that red to pot it. He's going to have to spin this. Looking at it there, it looks as if he's just lining it to stun it around the angles. That might not be the wise idea. Oh, maybe that's what it is. Maybe the fail thing defaults it back to the first, what do you call it? The first screen. I can't remember what you call it. I'll need to check that when I do it the next time. I'm sure I won't have to wait long to do it. Anyway, Stubbs back at the table. Zangetsu, I think, well, he's not got control of that pocket. Stubb could squeeze that yellow past the red. Stubb trying to get good on the yellow into the side. It's not perfect. It's a dicey little cut. And we know that the 8-ball goes past this red over the corner now, so if he can get this in and get across, he should be back in the lead. Let's see what happens. Well, Stubbs got himself in a heap of trouble. And again, like quite a few players, struggling to find that line on these rails. I mean, your eye tells you one thing, but no sooner you hit the ball than the ball's taking a different line from where you thought it was going. So Zangetsu, with the perfect opportunity to take advantage of Stubbs' carelessness, getting himself hooked behind the 8-ball, and Zangetsu with a free shot. Well, it's because it's not a pool table, Larry. In that respect, it's not an American pool table. It's a UK pub table. And they've never had diamonds on them. Oh dear. Well, I wish you. I think he might have wanted to play that again. He might be okay though. Yeah, he's fine. Now, again, the dilemma. A little dink and out. But he needs to get nice and comfortable in this 8-ball. It needs a gentle touch. Now, if he finished awkward, it would go up the table. But it's tight. So it needs a nice touch shot here. Well, that is where you don't want to be. Now, this is where he could be clever and push this dead weight to that corner pocket. He looks as if he's going the other way at the moment. Well, good luck with this shot, I'll tell you that. I don't know whether he's lining the bank or lining the cut. I think he's lining the cut. Oh, I love the pace in this. This is beautiful. That was excellent. Well, it looked dodgy, but I'll tell you what, he's proven he's no mug. So Zangetsu into the lead by the odd rack. And all of a sudden, what the hell happened there? I missed that. I was reading the chat. Stubbs had a bang and what did he do? Did he foul the 8-ball? He had a bang and the 8-ball went in. Because suddenly it's 4-2. Well, you say he fluked to black. He obviously fouled the black because that then gives the rack to Zangetsu. Oh, look at this table. I mean, this is like Christmas come early. This table is a setup for a run out. I mean, I don't think it matters what you pick here, as long as you can pick your way through them. I mean, let's look at it from one point of view. All the yellows are on the extremities of the table if you go that way. So they're all blocking pockets in that respect. So it is wise to go for the reds because they're more central and particularly down the bottom of the table, they've all got pockets. So again, just taking his time, not rushing into it. This is a complete contrast with that match we had the other night, where poor old Glenn O'Brien was just desperate to get away from the table. But Zangetsu is taking his time. He's being deliberate. And with a 4-2 lead, when is Stubb going to learn that banging at balls isn't going to help you? You might get lucky once or twice, but more often than not, disaster befalls you. If you're playing somebody where you're taking liberties, and that's the thing, when is he going to give Zangetsu a bit more respect? Because if Stubb keeps doing this, he's going to be embarrassed by the end of the night. And he's going to say that the guy was lucky. And, he's going to come out with the usual crap. But we know where things are going wrong for Stubb. He just, I mean, he knows what he's doing, but he's just determined not to do it for some stupid reason. Banging at balls and trying to break things open, lashing out. And every single one of them's backfired on him. And this is going to annoy him as well. And this is one other thing I like about this. that he's going to have to be patient because Zangetsu's playing at a steady pace, being deliberate, thinking about what he's doing, where's he going next, and that is very dangerous for Stubb. Well, he overrates himself. He doesn't see his own failings, and he's not man enough to admit it. He's been told often enough. How often have I told him? I've been telling him for 20 years. In fact, I've been telling him since the last time he won anything. And this has gone awkward. So he's got to decide, does he want to just stop this dead and go for the roll, or does he start trying to just nip a little bit of this to get the cue ball out to take it into the side? He doesn't want to mess with that yellow. He doesn't want to mess with the yellow. Oh dear. I'm sure his sphincter tightened there. But this has been clinical in how you take your chance. And that was well done. And it's 5-2. And Stubbs in trouble. And it's alternate break. And how often is he going to keep banging and paying the price? Well, all night as far as Zangetsu is concerned, he can keep doing that, keep giving away opportunities, keep giving away a free shot to deal with problems, and Zangetsu's getting the job done. We said that Zangetsu would be a bigger test for him, and Stubbs fallen straight into the trap early on in this match. He's walked into it with open eyes, straight into the shit, as they say. Well, he's got a fight on now. The only worry I would have for Zangetsu is that he starts to think about winning lines. He wants to just do what he's doing. You know, the number will stop when it gets to 13. Just you keep your eye on the table and deal with what's in front of you. But it's a good start for Zangetsu. Stubbs got to respond. And straight away, we can see where this is going, at least I can, because we've got a yellow that's guarded by all the reds in the middle of the table, and Stubbs going to have a bang. One way or another, he's going to have a bang. He's not in a position to do that right now, but he's going to bail himself in, or find himself in trouble and find maybe not a way to bail himself out of it. As long as he keeps potting balls. Here we go, he looks as if he's lining up for some daft. Well, he's the wrong side of the yellow. So now he's going to have to run 3 rails here if he's going to smack this in and try and come around 3 rails and into these. 1, 2, he's missed it. And what did I say about being in trouble? Well, there it is. I gave him 2 there for that shot because it was obvious it was going to happen. I think that button will be worn out by the time the night's over. Well, Zangetsu, I mean, this is once again perfect situation where you study the table as he's doing. You'll get your free, no, he hasn't got a free shot, but you'll get a free table to pick what you want to get started and see if you can get the job done again. And this is how to stick the nails into somebody's coffin, because Stubbs going to be fuming, and it's all self-inflicted. Zangetsu's done him no harm. All Zangetsu's done is done what's been asked of him. Simple as that. No, Steve will want to watch this. If this keeps the same shape, he'll want to see this and see how Stubbs failed. If it turns out that way, well, this is the kind of stuff I moan about all the time. How often do I rant on about people just picking shots and not even thinking about where they're going? No idea what they're doing. He's awkward here though. Now, if he's uncomfortable with a shot, he can certainly go for cover. I mean, this is awkward. So he's thinking about what's the best route to go. He's trying to use this line of 3 balls maybe, but he's got to get it right to get the cover, because if he doesn't get the cover, he'll gift this rack to Stubb. What's he doing? I'm looking at the line. Well, I'll tell you something. If he has played that shot of the night for me. Now, did he say sorry? I'm giving him that. That was a cracking shot. If he has picked that bank kick shot, that shot of the tournament so far. Unbelievable. I mean, he stood there lining it up. You think he fluked it? Aye. No, you don't need to apologise for flukes in this game. Just go on with it and clear the table. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Cobra's not generous enough to say that he lined it up and played it. Oh dear, disaster. Well, he gets 2 for that with the table beckoning a win, and it's been gifted to Stubb, and that's a lifeline for Stubb. And Zangetsu's not happy. He's let Stubb out of jail there. And is this going to be the invitation to the party that Stubb's been waiting on, or is he going to keep doing the same things? I mean, I don't know that he can get. Can he get enough of that red to cut it in? I don't think he can. I think that's the problem, because see, if he could get it, he'd take it, and then he'd be probably out, because these balls are sitting pretty good, these reds. Of course, it's still an open table, and the fact that he couldn't take the red and pot it, he's now got a yellow that's locked up. What did he pot there? A yellow? I'm losing track, reading chat and getting back to the table. Do you want to retract that statement, Spud Boy, before I start bringing up the World Straight Pool Tournament? Do you? I'll give you 30 seconds to retract that statement that you've just made before I start bringing up the World Straight Pool. Come on, your time's almost up. Well, Zangetsu at the table. What was your high run in that Straight Pool World Championship, Spud? I think it was 8. And I think there was more than 8 balls left in the table. Was there? Was there less than that in this table? Well, of course, you've only got, 7 balls to pot and then the 8 ball. I'm just pulling your chain. Well, Zangetsu. Well, thank goodness for his sake that he didn't hit the yellow. The Stubb's going to have a go again, and bang, there it goes. You ready for it, folks? Well, this is the most fails ever. This is a record for a live stream. Well, that's boom, bang, a bang from Stubb. How many blasts has he had, and how many have failed? Every single one. And he still hasn't learnt. I mean, he doesn't look for just a decent line to get there. He decides to bang it. So, Sangetsu, right, I'm thinking ahead here, right? If he's going to leave that red there as the guard ball for that yellow, does he leave it until his last shot? Because he's got to get out of there to get back up the table to take the 8 ball into this same corner pocket. That's where I'd be worried. If he starts leaving this here to cover that yellow and he keeps potting balls, how's he going to get on the 8 ball? That's my question. Because he's got to have a good line here to get out onto the 8. It need to be really soft if he was going to drop dead in the gap between that to take the 8 up the table. This has got me worried in terms of the run out, let alone the one that's on the right side rail. Well, almost the right side rail. I think he's just playing for position here. He's just trying to roll this up in or over the pocket, and then he'll take the other one down the rail. But like I say, the commentator's eye's not always wrong, but this red in this bottom left-hand corner is a bit of a concern, that he has to get good on it to get out from it. And I hope he's the same way of thinking as I am, that he knows he has to have a good shot off this red, because you don't want to leave yourself really silly. Now, this, he just needs to get it right into the right side of the pocket and come out and watch he doesn't draw towards this middle pocket, but he wants to get out. Is he just trying to drop dead weight to take it up the rail? Is he looking at the gap? I think he's looking at the gap. Well, you just drop it absolutely stone dead weight, and you can see the 8 ball past the yellow just to tuck it up the rail. Oh, I'll tell you, he's boobed. I think that is way, way too tight for my eyes. I don't think he's convinced he can see it himself. That looks like he's hooked slightly. That was the only thing I was worried about, was this red ball and how he gets out from it. And he had to get into here another 2 millimeters and he was home and dry. Or does he bend it? Does he put a little bit of side on it? Well, I don't know what that was. I think I would have still went for a little bit of side to try and tweak it, but it was maybe too close for even that to work. Well, Stubb can't be too greedy here in what he's trying to do, but it's another rack that's gone astray for Zangetsu. The other one went astray with a scratch, but this is a tester from distance. That's not going to get there. And it's a gift for Zangetsu, and this time Zangetsu's got out of jail because another 2mm he was fine, and then I don't think there was really much he could do to prevent Stubb having a chance. But Stubb, with the line that he had with that yellow, he couldn't force it. He could only take what was there and leave himself a tough cut. So Zangetsu has escaped one there, but he'll take it. And the break with Zangetsu. Zangetsu from South Africa, according to his flag, with a 6-3 lead. And now, what does he choose here? I mean, look at these reds. He doesn't need to move the cue ball, or he needs to move it very little if he commits himself to the reds. I think he has to find a way to get that red into the side fairly sharpish. The one that's extended from the side pocket, as Steve says. Now, he could do that now if he takes this red up table and just goes into the gap. He wants to be able to drop that in, but he also wants to take care of the red that's southeast of the 8-ball as we look. That one's a problem. And that's the two that he should be looking at, I think, and getting on fairly quickly. I think the worry with this is the angle he's got in that red there. He doesn't like it up table because he's running into the yellow or heading towards that direction. But again, he's just assessing the situation before he makes his move, before he commits himself. Well, I suppose that is a bit of a point that Zangetsu sort of left the table up to Stubb with that last rack. Where Stubb finished on that last yellow was awkward because it was pretty straight, so he couldn't be overly aggressive because you can't smack these balls in these pockets. You smack them to the jaws, they won't go. So he had to just take what was there and test himself on that difficult cut, and he got it too thin. So it was a chance for Stubb though, and it's a chance gone. And at the moment, Zangetsu is working his way to getting the job done in this rack. Now, if he then takes the one in the side, he's running away from the red, but he doesn't have to run too far to still have a decent shot on it, the one to the south of the 8-ball. Is that going to be his last ball though? Because it's a tight drop into the side pocket for the 8-ball. He might leave the one over the side to pot it last so that it's easy to get to the 8. But he's looking at this thin cut here. Yeah, I think I would have went the other way, because look where he's finished. He's manoeuvred his red ball over the pocket, but he was playing to pot it, I think, because where he's finished, he's got no great shot. He could have cut the red, but once again, he's got control of the bottom end of the table, and all of Stubb's balls are almost in the top half. So Stubb has to be thinking about how he can get below this 8-ball once he's cleared that yellow up table. And Stubb is under pressure to get this rack seen through. He would want to leave something adjacent to this 8-ball in order to get onto it easier. But if he's going to leave something up the table to get on it, he might be asking for trouble again, because if he doesn't get the line on that last ball up table, he's in trouble. And when I talk about the line, I mean, it's not just been able to pot the ball that's up the table. It's been able to pot that ball and find a way back down the table here to get on this 8. That's immaterial that he pots the ball up the table. It's what angle he's on it at the time. And he better be thinking about that. Well, he's decided he's going to leave the yellow. Presumably it goes into the side. No, it doesn't. So even looking at that, it doesn't go. So maybe I should have looked at that earlier. So his problem's getting on the yellow. And, well, it goes past the red, and he should be dropping onto the 8. And that's as good as you could probably get. But it's still a little dink. And in it goes. And so Stubb gets it back to within 2. But the cue ball has gone. Well, this is a bit like deja vu. Zangetsu comes to the table. He's got a free shot and he's got a problem to the left of the 8 ball that has to be dealt with if he's going to make any manoeuvre. The other problem is that if he was going to commit himself to the yellow somewhere along the line, then he's got a yellow here that would allow him to break that yellow out. But nothing is set in stone yet until he commits himself once he's played his free shot. Louis Oosthuizen is withdrawn from the Masters. What, has he got an injury or what? I think he was what? I think he finished what, 2 over or something. Which is not a disaster at Augusta. I mean, these greens are going to be like bloody lightning if it's a nice warm day today again. And that breeze that they had yesterday, that's washed that'll have dried out the course. So it'll be just grease lightning if you put that ball in the green. It'll just roll and roll and roll. Well, anyway, Zangetsu now has played his free shot. He's opened up the table as far as the yellows are concerned. And he's still got a problem yellow. And that might be the one that's going to snag him as far as getting this rack done. And there's not any ball that's any good to get on that yellow to get a hit on it. I mean, this one here, well, that might be as good as he's going to get because he's landed on the yellow into the side. Now, he's not got enough room to go to this rail because this line is blocked to go to that rail with maybe a bit of right English to get in behind the yellow. And I don't think he can hit it direct. But again, I can't read the angles in this table. The physics of this table's got me confused. And now I don't know what he's done. I'm not sure what he's whether he's just thinking about cross banking this yellow and avoiding a double kiss. Yeah, he's had a double kiss. He couldn't get the cue ball out of the way quick enough. But it's now given Stubb his opportunity. And once again, that's going to be the problem issue there. Not only that, where the cue ball's finished, left Stubb no shot. And that shot by Stubb, well, it's okay that he's at least blocked that yellow, but it hasn't blocked this one enough. Now, this is what I've said before. That red ball, we say it in snooker, although seemingly the guys that play pool don't like saying it, but I think that red's a good guide for cutting that yellow. Now, if he cut that yellow, I don't think he could keep the pace off it to still see this yellow. So what he's going to do with this, I don't know. Is he trying to bank it to the short rail and bank it into these two reds over the side pocket? No. He's just trying to get it in the mix. And that's not bad as far as leaving problems for Stubbs concerned. It might be proved to be good thinking. It's obviously bad if he's trying to get out himself if he gets another chance. And Stubb will try and chip this one out on the rail. No. I'm surprised he didn't try and just chip that one out unless he's quite happy to roll to the rail. And he looks as if he's playing a draw here. So he's playing this one first. I would have rolled that down the rail onto this one. Well, it looks as if he's just ducking for cover. Nope, he's gone for the old bang again. And what's the end result, folks? Well, I hope for Stubbs' sake that he actually looks at this video, regardless of the result. Because if he has to progress in this tournament, with the amount of fails he has had in this match, I mean, that must be double figures now. Who's counting? I mean, he's had a bang, and every time he's had a bang, bang, in goes the cue ball. Every single time. And now Zangetsu with a free shot. Now what's he trying here? He wants a nice little angle. He's not trying to move the red out of the way. He wants to just put that cue ball to the rail and leave an angle to get out for this yellow. He looks as if he's got that too straight to me. Oh no. He stunned it out. Now, do you jack up and kill it? Because he's dead straight. Pretty much you can pinch a bit of an angle here. Is he trying to come around the other side? This looks a bit narrow to my eyes, but again, once again, not being able to read the angles properly. I don't know where this cue ball's really going. But I'm assuming that Zangetsu does. I mean, this is calling for a jack up to stop, but he's quite happy to just take it dead weight like that and everything's fine. What was it to worry about? Well, it's more punishment for Stubbs' craziness. It's back to a 3-rack lead. And Zangetsu is halfway home. And Stubb just keeps on doing the same old, same old. You know, there's a time and a place where you have to maybe lash out at something and hope you get lucky. But Stubbs doing it far too often. And each time he's done it, he's come a cropper. And he's going to think he's been half done by. That's the worst of it. He thinks he's been half done by. He thinks he's had terrible bad luck. You know, you'll hear the same story all the time. So Zangetsu on the yellows, Stubb on the reds, and that is not a bad shot considering where Stubb's been left. I mean, he's got nothing that's inviting. Okay, he can have a cut at a red, but if Stubbs, again, he's having a complete lash. I mean, it's as if he's lost the place. He's 7-4 down, and he continues to lash at balls, hitting and hoping. And he doesn't realise that this is a 7-foot pub table with dodgy pockets, dodgy physics as far as he's concerned because he's not used to it. And he's lashing out like he does in a 9-foot table. And, you know, it's actually not that much better than what I've seen in quite a few of these matches from certain players. You know, the level that they're playing at, Stubbs not playing at much better a level above them. Because he's not applying himself and thinking about what he's doing. At least somebody could tell me he is. I haven't seen much evidence of it. All that's in his memory bank is bang the ball when I'm in trouble. Just bang it, smack it around, and hope I get lucky. And this is where he's relying on his one bit of armour in his equipment, which is potting balls. He's thinking he's going to pot himself out of trouble all the time, and it ain't happening. That's another major failing in his part. And Zangetsu just manoeuvre himself into position here. And Stubbs going to get himself frustrated if he's... Well, I think he must have got himself frustrated about 45 minutes ago. Because, again, he's trying to get into his red that's on the rail. And who is it that mentioned about it? I mean, Stubbs not even really looking at locking this ball up and making it awkward for Zangetsu. He just wants to keep trying to pot balls. And... you know, now Zangetsu can certainly pick off 2 or 3 here, but he can get down and dirty up the top of the table with those 2 yellows that are up there. He's obviously got the problem yellow that's tucked next to the red behind the 8 ball, but he can worry about that later on. I think he's just going to try and nestle this cue ball behind the other yellow. Just dink onto that one maybe. Now, what's he looking at, I wonder? Let's have a look at this. Let's have a look at these 2 yellows. Well, no problem in getting to that one. Loads of room to get behind it. But he's potted his other yellow. He's now got the one over the corner. Now, he could... No, he needs to... if he's going to do this and roll through here, he has to hit his yellow first. So that he makes sure he gets a ball to a rail. The cue ball will go to the rail if he just nestles it and clips the yellow. Well, I don't know that was a shot, because at least he's got his yellow into play, but he's brought Stubbs into play. He's still got this control of the table here, apart from this side for that pocket. So it means Stubbs got to drop this in, be the right side of this red, and he can stun down into the tight corner for this red here. So the only thing that's saving Zangetsu here is where the 8 ball is. And, well, can he get it to follow in? Or is it going to go to the knuckle and stay out? Well, that's probably the best he could do, but if Zangetsu can get up the table, in fact, he doesn't need to. He doesn't need to. He can just. Well, this cue ball's going to get up the table from here, but he can get to the yellow. But he has to obviously come back down the table, but he's now going to be locked up in a minute, Stubb. And Stubb has backed himself right into a corner here again. So Zangetsu plays his first yellow, drops onto his other one. Stubb's in a hellhole. Well, he's hit that a bit too heavy. It could have been worse than this. And I think the best Stubb will get out of this is a bank. If he can get this to follow in. Well, that's it. He hasn't. And so Zangetsu has got 2 shots. Now, he might want to go behind the 8 ball here first. I don't know. He could take the red into the corner and cut the other yellow, but I think he might be wiser for his sake to roll up the rail here and just nudge this one anywhere. Oh, I'm forgetting he's got ball in hand in the kitchen option though, hasn't he? Forgot about that. So he can deal with it another way. See, I'll remember the rules yet, eventually. Zangetsu's got a far better idea than that. I know that, I'll admit that. But this is an important rack, again, with a free shot, but that is not great. He's tucked it. Okay, the yellow ball's in the open to a lesser extent, but he's going to have to. I think I know what I'd be doing. I mean, this yellow here goes in. You get the drag into it, and you come across, and even if you knock Stubbs' ball in, as long as you've knocked yours in, it's fine. At least you can get that yellow up the rail. I'd be looking to get that dealt with ASAP. Because the main concern I've got, if this was me in this situation, is how am I getting to that yellow? Now, how come Stubbs back at the table? What the hell happened here? Have I missed something looking at this damn chat again? What happened here? I look at the chat, I'm reading what Semi Rose said. I come back and I look and I'm still thinking, what's his name? Zangetsu's at the table and it's bloody well Stubb. What did Zangetsu do? Somebody's got to have been paying attention because I didn't. Oh dear. Well, again, it's one that's got away because that was with the free shot, wasn't it? So the mistakes have been made by Zangetsu as well, especially with the free shot. It's a bit like a cardinal sin in this game. If you've got a free shot and the table's at your mercy, then you can be very productive using that to your advantage. And you have to say that's another rack lost for that reason. So Stubb back to within 2. Stubb in the reds, Zangetsu in the yellows. 3 yellows nailed to the rail. Well, he's got to just drop this in again. Maybe take the... I mean, he has to come back though. He's got to get higher on that other red though. Does this red pass the yellow? No, it doesn't. Now, well, I can't for the life of me think of what he's trying to do here. He's trying to draw back. He's going to draw into the 3 yellows, isn't he? No, he's going to leave the higher cut. This will need to be a clever little dink to leave him a decent angle in this 8 ball as well, though, won't it? Well, as long as Zangetsu's enjoying himself, well, this will be some shot. I mean, this is ugly enough as it is, but he's queuing down over the yellow. it'll be a good shot to pot this ball, I can guarantee you. Yeah, I mean, that shows you how difficult it is. I mean, Stubb just skimmed that and no more. I mean, that is... He may well have had a wee bit of English on that cue ball there and didn't realise it. He's thinned it so much. Well, this is... it has to be said, it is another opportunity for Zangetsu to gain full control of this table. He's got the yellow block in the pocket in the bottom left. If he misses this yellow over this corner, he's got the corner blocked over on the right. But he's got to get it there. And that is enough. But he's not hit a rail. And that's a disaster. Well, these errors are creeping in to Zangetsu's game here. He's still got a 2-rack lead, but not for much longer. And these are racks leaking away here from Zangetsu when he's got himself into a strong position from Stubbs' mistakes. And suddenly there's far too many errors coming in, especially with this table at his mercy. He could have had Stubb in loads of trouble. And this is giving Stubb encouragement. But then again, if it just encourages him to take even more risks, then Zangetsu will be quite happy. But Zangetsu needs to stay focused on the business in hand here, because there's little mistakes happening, and they're not happening at the right time. He could probably be sitting in double figures at the moment, Zangetsu, to be really critical. Well, Zangetsu has a dodgy yellow up table in the gap. It goes clean, but these are nasty little shots. You've got to give it all the encouragement it needs to go into the pocket by just hitting it pocket weight. And that's not going to get there. Is it going to get to a rail? Yes, it has. But it might not matter, because these balls are all sitting waiting for Stubb. But that 8 ball, well, it does go past the yellow. And he should be out here to square the match. But one thing's for certain, if you keep giving Stubb enough chances, he's going to start taking them. Now, the way to go about it here would be red into the corner. He's going red up into the other corner. I thought it'd be easier to take that one up the table and get a better line than this one, but he's taken it. And it's gone in just. We obviously know that that 8 ball goes in into the corner past the yellow. So Stubb has to make sure he doesn't hook himself behind the other yellow over the far side by the side pocket. He's running that direction. The question is whether he'll run into it. But he's still got to get the pot. And he's hit it too straight. Well, now, this is the perfect opportunity once again for Zangetsu to see this out. He's not got any luxury of a free shot, but we'll see him mess those up. But he's got 4 balls plus that 8 ball to get rid of, and they're all there. And I think this is a very important rack in the overall context of the match, because Stubbs threatening to get back in level terms. Zangetsu is looking at the yellow next to the 8 ball. I think he's just looked at it. He's thought better of potting it first. He's just, again, this would be in or over the pocket. That would do, because the cue ball's heading back up table. He's looking as if he's trying to cut across this yellow. What's he thinking? He's got me flummoxed here. Well, he's blocked the red. That'll do. Stubb having to kick. I don't know. Well, he's going top side of the pocket. And he's got spin on it as well. And he doesn't really know how this ball's going to react off this cushion with English. You see, that's what's caught him out. I mean, that looks a silly shot, but I tell you straight away, what's catching Stubb out is the total physics difference here on this table. And that is from the lack of experience on this table. And, I'm looking at it, and I'm looking at him putting right English on it, and I'm thinking, well, has he got the line to start with? He was putting more English on it to try and spin it off the rail even more, and he actually spun it into the knuckle. It pushed to the left. So this is where you've got to be careful with this game. The fact that none of us play it to any level, and it's a complete alien environment, and Stubb just proved that right there and then. It looked a bad shot, but it's a bad shot by somebody who doesn't know the table. And that's the thing you've got to understand. And it won't be the first time you'll see that, where somebody struggled. Mind you, the line to that red, the best he could have done, I think, there was just catch the edge of it. Well, maybe that's what he was trying, Cobra. Maybe that's what he was trying. He was trying to make the line slightly narrower, if you mean to catch the far right of the red to try and cut it in. It was ambitious, but he didn't really have an awful lot of other opportunities or choices. But it's by the by. It's now the question whether Zangetsu can get this done. Well, I bet Steve wish he came in to see this match now, because now we don't know what's going to happen, which is the way I like it. I like something worth watching, and we are half an hour away. We are 90 minutes into this match. We're half an hour away from the match between Larry and John Boot. And Zangetsu's got a fairly straight 8 ball just to drop in to open that gap to 2 again. And it's Stubbs' break. He's had a ball. Now, what would you say? I mean, the yellow's obviously a problem, the bottom rail. Reds can be picked off. There's one red that goes up the table if you need it. If you need to go up the table or go into the side. So Stubbs made his choice, and straight away he's got himself in trouble. He's gone outward, and now he's down to this rescuing a situation with a pot. Whether he's going to be good in anything after it, we don't know. But this is what he's ended up having to do. Well, it was an inner over shot. So Zangetsu on the yellows. Stubb with control of the bottom right hand corner pocket, but you don't need that right hand corner pocket. If you can pot that yellow into the side and drop down, you can certainly find a way to get rid of these two yellows and leave the red over the pocket. I mean, you could end up in front of that yellow trying to get it to drop in past the red once the red goes in. That's a good shot. That's a cracking shot, that. Considering where he's finished on the yellow. Okay, he's still got a problem yellow there on the right side. But that was a belter, as we say up here. Well, he's committed now, I think, because he can't get that one in the side because it's too far past the pocket and it's too thin an angle, so he can't pot that. He can see his other yellow. He'll be taking a big risk if he nudges it towards the red in the corner. And he's got an open cut on his other yellow, and he just avoided the scratch. And he's now, well, he's at least blocked that pocket for those up the table, but he hasn't stopped or prevented anything going into the side here. So now Stubb will have to commit himself to get this done. So it's red into the side, red into the corner, drop through for one of these in the side. But again, when he takes whatever one he's going to take, well, he's going to take that one in the corner first, maybe. Maybe that'd be a better idea. That into the corner, that one into the corner, red into the side. And where does he go to get on the 8-ball, though? That's the thing that he's worried about, is what angle he's going to have. He's going to brush off the yellow, and he'll end up squaring the 8-ball with no shot on it, from what I can see. Well, now he's trying acrobatics here. Yeah. And the Stubb is not happy. And Zangetsu, this is like a match of two parts. You know, Stubb was given a chance to get back into this, and now Stubb is carrying on from where he sort of left off. Again, that looked not a difficult table to find your way out as long as you get to the spot. And the fact that he was just slightly the wrong side of that second last red, he then had to jack up and try and come away from that ball that he was running into to have a shot in the 8. And that's taken liberties all day long, because you start tweaking that cue ball in funny directions when you start jacking up. And he's missed the pot. He's given Zangetsu wide open chance to widen this gap to 3 again. Well, this is just going to be a dink in, I think. And a straight 8-ball if he can leave it. Or is he going to be braver? No, he's just going to dink it in and just roll it over the pocket. But Stubb getting himself into situations and paying a heavy price for it. Well, that's gone south, but it's gone in. Again, the pace on the pot gave that ball every chance that it was going to be in or over. Dead weight pace. And with the last gasp of breath, it dropped into the hole. And yellows are all over the place here. Well, it looked as if a whole stack of them went in, but 2 of them are over corner pockets. There's one problem. So Zangetsu now has to decide how he's going to deal with this problem in the bottom of the table. 2 yellows over opposite corner pockets. We've had that twice in the match. I don't know whether it was yellows or reds the last time, but it's the same situation. Well, he's missed the pot. And Stubbs got the same problem. He might play the little combo here with the yellow across if it cuts, and it does. So it's given him an easy start. And he's now going to have to take the yellow into the side because I think as long as he can get out, can he see enough of that yellow to take into the side from where he is here? I don't think he fancies it. Well, I don't know what he tried there. He was he trying to leave it as a cut into the side? He's sort of in no man's land. I don't believe that he played for this yellow. Or maybe he wanted to be further up for this yellow. Maybe that was the case, but we'll give him the benefit of the doubt. And the yellow goes past the 2 reds. Oh, this is still a tester. This is a pressure shot to get it back to within 2, provided he still has a shot in the 8 ball and doesn't scratch. Because he can't risk doing anything with the cue ball other than making sure he pots it. And that was well done. So he's back to within 2 again. Well, I think that Stubbs had more than enough warning that his passage through this tournament is going to be strewn with loads of danger. Whether he survives this match and goes on, or whether he ends up in the 1-loss side, because there's going to be people that he'll bump into in that 1-loss side as well that he won't want to see. But Stubbs committed to the yellows, and he's got a problem. Well, he's got lucky there, hasn't he? He's kicked to try to kick the yellow in, and the cue ball's died stone dead and locked Zangetsu up. And this might be a little bonus for Stubb here. If Zangetsu can't get a legal hit here, not only hit a ball, but make sure he gets a ball to a rail. And he's done that. And what's more, he's played it in such a way and a pace that he was never going to be hitting that awkward yellow next to the side pocket. Is that Tiger going to the tee, or is he going to the putting green or the driving range? Well, how's Stubb going to deal with this yellow ball? I mean, that's tight, isn't it? Convince me that that goes, because if you're trying to cheat the pocket off this rail, I need a lot of convincing that that's going to go. I mean, if you look at it that way, it goes, but that's you because you're looking at a line into the rail. So let's see what happens. Well, I presume he was trying to find a way down here to try and cut that into the side. That's the only thing I can work out. Well, that's given Zangetsu a free shot, and a choice of playing the ball where it is or from bulk with ball in hand. And again, I mean, this scenario has come up in this match time and time again. The error from Stubb, Zangetsu's looking at the table and making the decision as to what he wants to do. He's decided to play in place, and he has that free shot. Late to the bloody party again. He's missing a good match here. So, Zangetsu, the table at his mercy. 3 reds and the 8 ball to go, all wide open. Oh, you're missing a good match here, Steve. Where were you an hour and a half ago?
I didn't know these guys were playing.
Neither did I until mid-afternoon. But I'll tell you, you should have been here. You should have been here from the start. You asked these guys in this stream, how many times has Stubb banged at the balls and how many times has he scratched and given away a free shot? And I'll tell you that they've lost count. Stubb's he's got no clue whatsoever.
That was sort of predictable.
I mean, he's been smacking at balls trying to improve situations, and every time he's done it, there's not one time it's came good. It's ended in disaster. And Zangetsu just plodded along and done his thing. Okay, he's made his mistakes as well, but he's done more things good than bad.
Well, we've talked about this before, how he was the favorite in this match, and it's coming true.
Well, it's looking very good for him at the moment. 3-rat lead. Zangetsu's break looks dry, though.
How come the table's purple?
Because I like it purple. I think it's a good contrast. The reds and yellows. I think it's very nice. So Stubb committed to the reds. Now let's let him go on with it and see what he does. Because obviously the 8 ball goes into the side. It's tight into the corner. But it goes, it's open, the 8 ball's open. So he's not a problem in getting to the 8 ball.
Yeah, well, you know, having that one red there would have been nice, but he's not going to have it anymore. So, but you know, it shouldn't be too hard to get there. He's just got to get right here, and he already hasn't. I think from this position, he's probably better off shooting the other one. Yeah, he's okay. He actually got pretty good on this.
Good evening to Mark.
Hey, Mark.
Yeah, he's going for it in the side.
Yeah, I mean, that was well played there.
Well, that's the one good rack that he's played. You came at the right time.
Well, I mean, he's capable of running out. The question is he capable of making good decisions when he can't run out?
Yeah, I think that his decision-making stumbles when it comes to dealing with problems. He's only got one solution to dealing with them, and that's bang at the balls.
Yeah, I mean, this rack's got problems, although a lot more for yellow than red. I mean, I think, you know, the 8 ball's still going to be a problem, and he just decides to blast away. So all he did there was give up the table and solve a lot of yellow's problems. I mean, not all of them, but
Yeah, Zangetsu's been like this all match, where he's when he's came to the table, he's took his time, he's studied the situation and tried to deal with it the best he can, and more often than not, he's been successful. Which is,
he can lock Stubb up right now if he wants.
Put him in lots of trouble if he wants.
What I would be doing here is that ball near the side pocket, the one he's pointed at now. I would be getting that out of there and locking him on the 8 and the other ones, because you just don't want that ball there. It's hard to make.
That's exactly his thinking.
Yeah.
Now,
I think he would have been better off not making that ball, just hanging it up in the pocket and leaving Stubb with this shot, rather than, because now
did it go in? I never even noticed. I was looking at the chat. It's gone in. Yeah, that's not maybe a good outcome.
Yeah, he would have been better off hanging that up in the pocket than making it.
Stubbs got a complaint. Steve, have you read the chat?
Yeah. Ball should be smaller.
There we go. Here it comes, folks.
Oh, it didn't take long, did it?
I mean, the Price is Right fail has never had as much of a run out as it has had tonight. I mean, here we go again. This must be about the 6th time, at least in this match, where Zangetsu's came to the table with his free shot and the table's at his mercy. He's failed on a couple of occasions, it has to be said, but he's been more successful than he has been failing.
Well, the question I've got is, does this yellow that's locked to the 8 go in that corner? And I think it does. You know, he might consider leaving that yellow there, because the 8 ball doesn't go. It might go in one pocket, and it's very tight. I mean,
see, the problem with the 8 ball, Steve, is see if you zoom right in, you've got to remember that the white of that 8 ball, the actual where the number is, it was difficult to see that there was enough room there. It was hard to read it.
Yeah, I question whether that was a good idea to use this free shot to do that. I guess if you're positive you're going to run out, it gets rid of any doubt of whether you can play that ball with it where it was.
Well, I mean, these are all gathered in and around where he's working now, so.
Yeah, I mean, anybody that can really play would have probably done that. I'm not sure how well he plays. I've watched him some. I know he's capable. I don't know if this was a guaranteed out, but maybe it is.
Well, he's the type of player that's not to be messed with and not to be taking liberties with, as Stubb is finding out.
Now, I saw him play the one match before, and he played pretty good.
That yellow goes into the side.
Yeah, he's trying to decide the pattern here.
Well, yellow into the side, we know it goes. You get a bus in there, no problem.
Yeah, I mean, this is all good. I'd be stopping that probably. Yep, he's just gonna leave himself some angle. Yeah, he's good. I mean, this is gonna put him at 11, and he's breaking, I believe.
Yeah, he's just gonna nudge this into the side. Doesn't want to be running it up table, I don't think. Does he? He looks as if he is.
No, he's gonna shoot on the side.
Taking the side.
I just can't imagine he wouldn't.
I panicked there looking at the line he was taking, but he's just sizing himself up. Where's the cue ball going? He's okay.
That was a little loose, but he's got away with it.
Right, any late comers out there? We're 10 minutes away from Larry's match. And we won't be jumping over to Larry's match till this is finished, obviously.
Which I haven't watched John Boo play, but I know he's UK, and so I'm assuming he knows how to play this game.
I have no clue. I don't know. I hope he does, though.
I will tell you that Larry has been practicing quite a bit. He's playing a lot of black ball, so I think that's good for him.
Now that you've mentioned Larry, has Larry told you about his problem? It's not medical. It's Windows 11, and Larry's got his new PC.
Yeah.
He can play Virtual Pool 4 in windowed mode, I believe, as long as you drag it to full screen.
All right.
But if he tries to run it in full screen mode, no joy, I believe. He'll give you more detail if he's still there, and he can't work out what the problem is.
It's been a little bit funny with Windows 11 because I thought I was going to have to do a lot of work to get it to run on that, and I just didn't update to the latest .NETs and stuff. And it seemed to run fine on my system. I've had some other people that had some issues when they got the system where it wouldn't just crash when it started. And I had them just start it in safe mode, which is when you hold the shift key down and you start it, which brings it up in a desktop window. Mm-hmm. And after that, it was fine. They could go back to full screen. Everything worked. I haven't heard of somebody that couldn't still run in full screen. That's the first one I've heard of like that.
Are you there, Larry? Are you still watching this, or have you gone?
He's probably going and probably going and getting himself pumped up for play.
Yeah, that's true. He's probably in a room. Yeah.
But I don't know. I mean, I'd like to find out what it is because somebody else might have that problem.
So it's nothing to do with C++ and DirectX 9 or anything like that?
Well, I thought there might be problems with DirectX 9, but it seemed to be running on all the Windows 11 systems. So
there's Larry. Larry's in the chat.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be a forced update to a higher version of DirectX, but that hasn't happened. So, Larry, just you know how to turn on the more debug info? If not, message support, I'll tell you how to do it because I want to get a message log that has more info, see if I can figure out what's going on.
So Zangetsu at the table on the yellows, 8-ball locked up, and Stubbs red locked up as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you the tough part about this is that he's got some balls that he can move that 8. The question is where is he going to move it to? Mm-hmm. Like he can play this yellow into the 8. He needs to get it in front of the side pocket where he can make it in the side pocket because just shoving it over on the rail isn't going to be all that great. But he could get to it right now if he wants to. I mean, he's looking at side pocket, but this one in the corner, that's the shot. Hit this thing and stun it over, hit it with speed.
Yeah, I think he's maybe just a wee bit close to the rail for comfort, though.
Yeah, it's not going to matter that much. Just jack up on it and stun it over. You got to hit this with speed. I don't think it's a big deal to be this close to the rail. It'll be a lot bigger deal in real life than in virtual pool. Just like that.
There we
That's
go.
Perfect.
Problem solved.
Now he's good. I mean, that's a game-winning shot right there. So he's going to have to probably go up table here, and then it's real critical that he decides where he's playing shape for. I mean, ideally, if he played shape for he's going to play. I don't like that play. That's not good.
No.
He needed to get pretty straight in on that ball, or I would have played down to shoot that ball he's looking at in the side pocket, because then you would have had position on both balls, even if you overran it or something. As long as you didn't come up short, you'd probably be okay.
Oh, he's just trying to nurse it in. It's going to be the rail. He's got it.
He's just playing table position, which I think is smart. I mean, if Stubb was smart, he'd win this game for sure. Because at this point, red should win. But with Stubb, that may not happen. He's going to do something crazy trying to get that out of there. Or really, he doesn't have to because it goes in other pockets. And he's sitting pretty good on this red right now. If he shoot it in the corner, to slide it over. I don't know what he's doing.
That's exactly the shot, and he doesn't like it. He doesn't like it, and that's not going to go in.
Yeah, you know, I can tell by that shot it's not just a matter of that he doesn't know how to play. It's he's uncomfortable with the game because he doesn't know how to play it.
Exactly. He played a shot off the rail earlier, and I couldn't see the line that he was trying to pick, and we tried to work out what he was trying to play. Yeah.
Because that was an I'm lost shot right there. Like I'm not sure what I'm doing, and I have no confidence. And I mean that was a terrible play. I mean, even if you were going to do the wrong thing, you're not going to miss that ball.
Yeah, it's all down to the fact that he can't rely on what the rail's doing for him, especially with the spin and stuff. Everything's on tenterhooks, working out where this ball's going to go. Now he needs to get up top side, anywhere top side of this yellow. Loads of room.
Shouldn't be a problem.
And again, his pace is good. Just a gentle little dink and he'll be on the hill.
Yeah, you don't want to hit this too hard. Because you can scratch off the back of that red if you hit it hard enough.
Well, Stubbs in a whole heap of trouble.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see how Stubbs going to win this match. I mean, he's going to need help. That's the only way.
Well, I knew that Stubb would have a bigger test than what he had in his first match. And, I mean, Zangetsu was a player I've never seen before this tournament.
Well, he knows how to play. I mean, he's, you know, I watched him his first match. I watched some of it, and he obviously knows what he's doing. Mm-hmm. And he's a pretty good player too. But he understands this game.
So Stubb,
I mean, he's going to win a lot of matches in this. Wow. I'm not going to say he's one of the favorites to win, but I think he's going to be there down towards the end.
Well, look where Stubbs got himself here. This is ugly. This is really ugly.
Yeah, that was well played.
Yeah, that's got him out of jail. Now, can he get himself on the 8 ball? Is he going to stun it in?
Oh God, that's terrible. He's lucky he's got a shot on it. Maybe he doesn't. It's tight.
Yeah, he can get it. Yeah. Well, he's looking at it on the side. I don't know what he's thinking about because it goes straight into the corner pocket. He can get it, no problem.
He might have to twist it just a little. It's tight.
No, he doesn't like it. I don't think he's looked at it close enough, but he's taking it on the side.
Yeah, it was tight getting it into the corner.
Nobody believe what my eyes see because I don't trust them. But anyway, Stubbs survived another one. Zangetsu on his break. Larry's match will be underway. Yellow has gone, and every yellow, well, it's a bit of a problem to deal with the one southwest of the black ball because it doesn't have a pocket. Now, he might decide that'd be a reason to steer well clear of it and take the reds.
I would be taking the reds for sure here. I think the reds are sitting better. I mean,
even if he finished in the left-hand side, he can still play the little combo in those two reds. He can certainly deal with that a lot easier than the other yellow.
I'll be surprised if he doesn't take the reds here. I mean, neither set are sitting perfect. But if you're going to take the yellows, you got to have a plan right now. How am I going to get to that ball? You know, because it's blocked by the reds in every pocket except for one. And it's going to be hard to get position on it to shoot it in that upper corner pocket.
Well, it's going to be the reds. Now, I think he might has he got enough angle to run into one of those yellows there and just stay on the other red, or is he going to?
He could if he wants to.
Is he going to leave them there?
He can run into a yellow if he wants to, which
Well, he doesn't look as if he's doing that. So
yeah, running into balls can be a little risky. I'm not sure what he's trying to do here.
I think by the fact that he never tried to nudge into that, I thought he might have tried to nudge into that middle yellow just so he could cut that one and leave the other one. But he may well be taking this and playing a combo, I think.
Yeah, I mean, the combinations, it's a pretty easy combination. The biggest problem with it is, you know, how you're going to get position on another ball. And that's the kind of combination where if you hit it hard, it gets a lot harder.
I think he might have gone too far, has he? Nope.
No, he's got
okay.
it. So he's probably going to end up playing position either on the ball in the side pocket or the ball he's using for the combo, because it's going to slide over towards that other corner pocket.
Well, he's got the bailout across side, and he can cut this one in.
He's going to have to cut this one in. That's the only one he's got.
Oh, no, he hasn't. You're right, I know.
He would have had to hit that harder to have a shot on
see, from
that other ball.
From this end, it looks as if you can see that red in the side, and it's not until you get around you see it. It doesn't. Now he needs to get lucky.
And he did.
And, well, a feather touch cut into the side. Cue ball's going to be running.
That thing, though, he cuts out on the side. The cue ball is going to run right over and hit this yellow over here. The yellow that's sticking out the furthest.
Mm-hmm.
It's a natural line to run at that. One it's going at right now. And, you know, he got on the wrong side of it, so now he's got trouble. I don't know whether he's going to bank this or, you know, it's probably an easier shot to make banking that ball than it is trying to cut it in the side.
Well, certainly not banking it into the side, but...
yeah, I'm talking about bank it in the side.
Well, bank it in past the 8 ball?
I think it goes past 8, yeah.
Well, I'll need a lot of convincing it does. I can't see that going in, does it?
Yeah, if you look over where the red needs to hit the rail, it's got a clear path to the pocket. 8 ball's not in play there. He can shoot that ball.
I'll take your word for it.
I mean, he can cut it in the side pocket too, but that's, you know, in these pockets, that's a tough shot.
Well, he's looking as if he's going for the bank.
I think the bank's a shot because you know you're going to get shape on to shoot the 8 ball too.
No, now I don't know what he's doing. He's not lining a bank up now. He's lining a cut.
No, he's going to try to bank it, but he's playing too much angle. He's going to go long if he hits it like that.
I think he's going for it in the side and he's dragging off it to spin to the rail and back out.
He's banking it.
Oh no. Yeah, it was always going to be getting awful close to that 8 ball. It just clipped it.
Well, he didn't put the cue ball in the right spot. That's for sure. I guess maybe he's trying to play safe at the same time or something. I don't know. I mean, really, all he wanted to do was let that cue ball hit the end rail and come straight back up and shoot the 8 after it.
Well, they're all here for Stubb to get another one.
Yeah, Stubb should win this game.
We're still right though. The 8 ball didn't go past the 8. Sorry, the red didn't go past the 8. The commentator's eye was right.
How do you know he didn't hit it on the improper line?
I'm not giving him any benefit of the doubt. It hit the 8 ball, and I knew the 8 ball was in the way. I'm sticking to that. But anyway, this looks easy. Drop the yellow in and cut the 8 up the table.
Yeah, he's trying to figure out where he wants to go because he's sitting in a funny place. I think he may be shooting the 8 in the same pocket he's shooting the yellow.
He might be running, yep. So
good speed on that one.
It's getting nervy now. Stubb back to within 2. And I think it's his break, is it? I've totally lost track. It is because Andretsu's got the dot. Yeah.
How can you lose track when I put the dot on it?
Yeah, because I totally forgot what the dot was about. And
Well,
a red is gone.
yeah, and the table looks really good. I'm assuming he's going to take reds here. Although they're both sitting pretty good. I think the reds are a little better.
Well, he'll have to pot that red that's over the corner and nudge the other one if he wants
Yeah,
it
but
in play.
that's easy. Well, I get maybe it's not easy because he just screwed up the table. I mean, that's that's really just how much of the red they're going to take, and you can always put a little inside English on it too, make sure. But that was a simple shot. He hit that way too hard. All he needed was a little bump. Man,
That's tight into the side as well. It's gone.
the problem with hitting it that hard is that even if you do it right and you hit the red, that red was going to be going way too fast. It could have get locked up on a yellow, or you got to think about it when you're bumping it, how much speed you want to put on it. This thing turned in. It went from a simple table to something that's going to be difficult now.
Yeah. Now, this is where he bangs the red in and tries to split the yellow and red.
Well, this is a little tricky because if you hit the top side of the red, it may not have the intended result. If you hit underneath it, it's no good.
Well, he's now up the old creek without a paddle.
I'm not sure what the heck he was trying to do there. But yeah, he's in real trouble here. This is the kind of situation where an experienced blackball player is probably going to win. Zangestu will probably win from here because it's just you can always, even if you get in a little trouble, you can always duck.
And well, Stubbs done the right thing as far as making it awkward for the last yellow, but now does Zangetsu? I think he should why not just roll up behind the 8 ball and leave Stubb that red to play with, rather than leaving him the one that's up the table to play with. He just rolls the yellow through.
Yeah, he does not want to give him a shot on the one up the table. There's a bunch of different things he could do. He could go over to that yellow that's against the rail and just nudge it, the one that's real close to him. He can just roll up on that and bump it and lock him on it. I mean, that's probably the simplest shot. But that might leave him a cut on the other one. He can go to that yellow that's across on the long rail, bank that across the table, and bring the cue ball back down under this red.
No.
I mean,
he
doesn't really have the right angle here.
Yeah, he's not got a great angle on this yellow to cut it and drag along to nudge the yellow or anything like that. So.
But the one that's along the long rail, he can make and hit with inside and run underneath. That's probably the shot. That one that he's looking at right there against the long rail, hit that with right English and go underneath the red and bump the yellow.
Well, he's
not putting right English on it though. I'm not sure. Maybe he just doesn't like that shot, but I mean that was a good opportunity because you had the other ball in front of the pocket, so it guaranteed you that if you ran over there, no matter how you hit that red and yellow, you were going to have a shot.
Yeah, I'm trying to work out what he's waiting on to get to this yellow.
I can only assume that he just didn't like hitting that with inside, which that was a pretty easy shot because he was right on top of the ball.
If he gets here at some point, he can stun the yellow into the corner and drag along, but you're no guarantee it's going to be good.
Yeah, well, he doesn't have the release ball because he's going to shoot it. He's going to shoot his safety ball if he does that. I think he made a real mistake by not trying to move that yellow.
I think he's
when he had that opportunity.
He's trying to drag this now. I think. Nope, it doesn't look it. He hasn't got enough on it to be doing that at the moment.
Let's
Yeah,
see.
he has
Watching
now.
the Masters in the background, Steve. I'm not right now, but I will be probably.
He's trying it.
Yeah, this is not a good shot. I mean, it's
Nope.
that's just not a good shot to be shooting it.
And now the way that he played it, I don't know that he did play it.
Well, he got himself in real trouble. He just played the wrong shot a long time ago when he had a perfect opportunity to move that.
Well, he's got one more chance, but he's got to get out for the yellow into the side, I think, unless he wants to take it down into the corner and run off the long rail on the left and around the corner into the yellow. It's hard to work out what... I can't read the physics in this table. I don't know what they're trying to do sometimes.
He's in trouble is what he is. See, he's going to...
He's gone too far inside now by my eyes.
No, this shot will work. He got to shoot it in the corner, and you've got to put top left on it, and you've got to really move it top left because you've got to get it to really stretch out, to get it to into that yellow and red. And coming at it at that angle, there's a good chance you won't get a shot anyways.
Yeah, I mean, my eye tells me I need a bit of top left to fizz the rail and push it, but he doesn't like it.
Well,
now what do you do?
Now you play safe. What he needs to do is stick this thing. What he really needs to do is kick off the long rail. He needs to do a one rail kick.
I think he's left enough of this for Stubb. No, he
hasn't. Well, he may not have.
He hasn't.
I mean, that ended up good because I didn't like that shot because there's a good chance you were going to leave that red right there, but he didn't.
Well, he's going to be in trouble himself in a second or two.
Well, I mean, Stubb's got a shot here, but, the other red's locked up.
Do you think he's going to do the old blast and hope here, Stubb? I think he
is. What Stubb should do here is he should play a safe, some sort of safety.
No, I don't see that. I think he'll do what he's done all night. I'll stick my neck in the line here. He's going for a blast around the corner and a hit.
Yeah. In this situation, you do not want to make that red up table. You want to move it near a pocket. You want to maybe move it down to this side. You do not want to make that ball because if you make that ball, you were right.
There you go. Now he's got lucky that it's left awkward either this side or that side. But if he takes it into the top left, like I think he's going to do,
yeah, that's what he's going to do.
I think he's got to stun this in though.
Well, he's gonna hit this with some draw. He may or may not put any right English on it. If I was playing this shot and I had to make it, I would hit this with straight draw and the teeniest bit, like at very most a half a Q-tip of right English. Because you don't want to put a lot of right English on this because it actually makes the shot a little more sensitive speed-wise. And I think he's looking at pretty much straight draw right now, which is fine. I mean, he can just draw this across the table and he should be fine.
Yeah, he's made his mind up. He's going for that option. This effectively for the match. Oh,
man, he didn't hit it very good. Well, he hit that awful hard.
I'll tell you something. He'll take that though.
See, the reason why you don't hit that with right English is so you don't have to hit it so hard. Because when you hit it with right English and you try to hit it easy, the ball's going to want to start to curve. If you underhit it all of a sudden, you're screwed. But with just straight draw, you got the opportunity to hit it quite a bit easier. And I thought that's what he was going to do, and then he blasted it.
Stubb cannot resist playing the cut in this red, I don't think, because he's wondering what to do with the cue ball to where he can leave it as awkward as he can for Zangetsu.
Well, you just thin this red and bring the cue ball up behind the 8-ball. That's the shot.
Yeah, it's
that shot is risky because if you don't get the speed right,
played it well, I think. Yeah, got it right for once.
And that could be a game-winning shot. I mean, he's going to have to kick at this ball.
Yep, give it an old amp it up and give it a blast.
Now, the one thing he's got going for him is the fact that those balls are end rail to end rail. So if you can hit this yellow real solid, where you leave the cue ball sort of in the center of the table, Stubb doesn't have a shot.
Yeah.
Now, you don't want to hit it hard. That's perfect, except
He's not hitting
He
the rail.
didn't get it. Well, but he was snookered. He didn't need a rail,
Oh,
right?
right, right, you're right enough, Steve. I've forgotten the rules again. That'll do. Thank God you're here.
See, that was a very smart shot because you know, he's got the yellow in a spot where it's going to be hard for Stubb to get any kind of safe.
You think
what I would do if I was Stubb is I would put the cue ball right on the other side of the 8. Like, he's pointed the wrong way. I would have shot. Oh, he shot at the ball. I would have shot at the other red and brought the cue ball down towards the 8 where it was going to be like a impossible cut in the side pocket or the corner.
This will still be a good out because he's got to get up for that 8 ball.
Right. He's got to make this ball, and then it's not going to be that easy to get on the 8 ball, or you've got a good shot at it because the natural path for this is not good.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, the natural path of this is coming at the yellow. He put a little English on it.
Oh, dear. Get ready again, folks. Well, that's the last one tonight for Stubb because it's all over.
Yeah, I think he can handle that from here. He's got a free shot. And now the question is, do you try to move the 8 ball to someplace a little easier? And
I don't think I'd be touching it. I think I would just draw off that yellow. Or even just run it up the table so I'm getting a cut in the 8 ball down the side rail. I mean, you're bringing it in the right direction. You know, he's bringing the cue ball over far enough so he can get good in it. He's just probably going to draw across, is he? Can he draw off it? Yep, not a problem. Shouldn't be a problem, just a straight draw.
Yeah, I mean, that 8 ball's far enough off the rail that, it's not anything that should be super difficult.
He's still got top in the cue ball. He looks as if he's jacking up now. He's got a bit too much juice into that.
Well, that was
nervy.
That was not very good.
This is where the stun draw technique still works in this game than as it does in 9 ball. You got to learn that little stun draw rather than the big jack it up and zip it draw.
Or as I like to say, moderate your Q-tip position.
Oh, that'll do it. Game over. Well, everybody predicted Zangetsu was going to be a problem for Stubb, and Stubb just found out. A great win for Zangetsu, 13 racks to 10, and he moves on, and he's going to be a handful for anybody that gets a hold of him. Now, of course, is Stubb still muted? Has he done a runner? Oh no, there he is. Well, we'll hear what he's got to say in a minute. Anyway, with that, folks, let's head in to Larry and John Boot.
Yep.
Well, it looks as if it's going to be a cakewalk for Larry at the moment. 3-0 up.
Yeah, this game should be well suited to Larry. He's got a good head on his shoulder, and I think the thing about playing 8 ball is that if you're not, his weakness is probably
that mouse.
Well, besides his trackball, is missing some balls, and when you're playing 8 ball, you've got a lot of easy shots. It's not like 9 ball or 10 ball where you're shooting some very difficult shots. And I think Larry's not gonna miss tons of balls. And of course he just missed one, but or no, that was John Boo. I don't think Larry will miss tons of balls on these tables. These kind of shots, so he's not gonna be an easy match.
Now, I wonder if Zangetsu will come into the stream. He was in the other night there. He needs to come in here to get the praises heaped on him.
For sure. Well, it could be 4-0 here if Larry can figure out what to do with this one red.
That one up table, or the one in the side rail?
The one that's up table that's blocked.
Aye, that one.
I thought maybe he'd try to get on it right there with that shot, because he could have drawn up table and tried to get up behind it and shot in the corner or side. You know,
Well,
I mean, you don't have to move it, but you know, there's enough room there to get up there where you know you can shoot it in the corner or side, and he could have done that on the last shot.
I think he's going to roll this red in, cut the red in between the two yellows, and nudge the red out. That's what he's looking at.
Yeah, that may be the plan.
Because he should have a good opportunity to get a hit on it one way or another. The only worry I would have with that shot is you know, if it goes wrong, is he going to have a shot in any other ball?
Yeah, and he's almost going to have to bump it here with this angle. I think if you bump this right, you'll have a shot in the side pocket or possibly the corner. But if you bump it wrong, it could be ugly. He hit it too hard.
Yep, it's just gone ugly.
Yeah, he just hit it too. You know what? He did it perfect, except he hit it too hard.
An easy hit off the knuckle.
Which, you know, the interesting thing is that guys usually underhit that. You know, they don't hit that hard enough.
Oh, what a shot, Larry. Shot of the day. He can massey the ball. Look at that.
I think you might have to replay this one.
Yeah, you go. I've seen it 100 times now. Look at that. It's speeded up. But it wasn't as fast as that, but it was still bloody good.
Yeah, that was a pretty strong shot. So this is a little touchy here, though, because that was.
He's caught the knuckles. He's.
All right, so you know the shot here, don't you, Hugh?
Well, you bank it to the short rail and bank it into the bottom right-hand corner.
No, you play it off the yellow.
Or you billiard it off the yellow. I don't think I'd be brave enough. I'd be banking it like Larry's doing.
No, all you got to do is catch like a quarter of that ball to half of that ball.
He's
that yellow. There's actually.
Oh, he's missed it.
Oh, he missed the ball. All you had to do is catch a piece of that, and it was going in.
I would have went the stub way and banged it. Good evening to Monster.
I'll be right back, Hugh. It's time to get coffee.
Right, where's Angetsu gone? Has he left VP4? Tell him to come in the stream. Or ask him if he would be so kind to join us in the stream. So how does John Boo deal with Larry in this rack? Tall order. Especially if he's just going to miss this yellow and leave Larry straight on the 8-ball. It's no good. Well, answers on a postcard, please, folks. Right, while John Boo's breaking off, let's have a look at the stats, first of all, after Stubbs' match there. And you can see that Stubb has played 2 matches. He's only ran 2 racks. Sangetsu has ran 3 racks. 27 goes at the 8-ball. 25 of them have gone in. Stubb, 25 and 23 have gone in. What's the other thing I need to look at? I think that's it, isn't it? Runouts from the break, it's still semi-pro in front. Sangetsu's just got the 1. Snake Eyes has got 3. Albinaria's got 3. Average balls, this is a bit... I need to ask Steve about that Nan thing. because that just makes it awkward, to read the stats. But presumably we start from here. Snake Eyes has got 2.07, so but then he had a break where he had about 5 balls in the break. That's why his stats are quite high. I think that'll do as far as that goes. But let's have a look at the bracket. And there's Stubb there. He's going to have a long wait before his next match. Meanwhile, we'll go from the bottom up. We've got the Mark Sharp Little Wolf match. Zangetsu is now through to play the winner of that match. And once anybody's watched the outcome of this match tonight between him and Stubb, they probably won't want to meet him. So,
well, LS3 saying somebody had a 240% pot success rate. That's pretty good.
Yeah,
I don't
Steve,
know anybody in real life that's that good.
See this thing in the stats? This is bugging me, Steve. Need to show you. When you go to the stats, why can't you just shove all these people to the bottom of the stats by default? This thing here, what was the one I was talking about? The one that comes up, Nan. It's annoying. Was it average balls? Yeah, see this one here in the stats. See how Glenn O'Brien and Spudboy are at the top there. Why don't you ditch those sort of people down in the bottom of the list rather than having them by default shown at the top?
Yeah, they're not a number.
What does that? Well, so but yet they still show at the top and they've got 0 to their name and everything else. So they should automatically be defaulted to the bottom of the stats list. You don't think so? You know I'm right.
Well, it has a default sort, and then you can sort it however you want.
No.
Not a number is well, it's just how it's sorted, not a number.
Yeah, but if I do the average balls tab and they always end up at the top.
They shouldn't be not a number. That's the problem.
Right. But I'm starting reading from the third place down to get the stats for the balls and break.
I understand that. I can fix not a number.
Yeah, that's basically what I'm getting at. Giving you something to do. In between coffee breaks, that is. Right, well, John Boo in that last rack sold it to Larry because he basically done the same thing that quite a lot of players have done, and that has come up with nothing in terms of trying to work out some sort of safety. And unless Larry fills up here, John Boo's going to have a little combo down the rail with those 2 reds. Keezer is using an offensive picture in his profile. Keezer? Who's Keezer? Keezer shows. Well, Larry's, dare I say it, got himself in a bit of trouble. Yeah, that's these type of shots.
I told him to change his picture because we don't need antagonization on this. We got enough problems as it is.
Well, Larry, I think's won a watch there because I don't believe that that's what he tried to play. But he's got John Boo in trouble. Now, why doesn't John Boo trust his dead weight shot and just roll to the red, try and get dead on it and hit the rail as well? Just hit it as soft as you dare with enough. Well, he's not going to get there, I don't think. Is he? Is he? No.
Oh.
Well, that was a shot, but I mean, you have to play it dead weight and just nudge it. And he was probably, a quarter of an ounce short in weight. Another spoonful of porridge would have done that this morning.
Yeah, that was it was the right idea. Yeah, Larry's looking like he's serious about this black ball because he's definitely been practicing and he looks like he's playing pretty good.
Yeah, well, now he's got the measure of John Boo. I don't think, in all honesty, he's got an awful lot to fear in terms of the comeback. I think Larry just has to apply the same rules every other guy has done in this situation. Just bide your time. The chances will come. And John Boo, well, this is your chance to get off the mark. Just a dead weight, roll on, and you keep the other red in the same place and just drop both of them in, and you're home and dry.
This shouldn't be too tough. I mean,
well, not at that pace, it ain't. Oh dear. I mean, this is
just. You need to hit that with some left English too, because it's going to help you check the cue ball up off the rail.
And that's not going to do
either. You didn't get cover there either.
This is where the touch catches everybody out.
Well, it wasn't just touch. He also didn't get it far enough behind the ball. Too hard and not he didn't really get it. He hit too direct into the red. He needed to hit a little more on the right.
So Larry's break in rack number 6, and well, yellows is as good as anything, other than he's got one down near the bottom rail, but every other yellow's got a pocket. He can deal with that one now. Just a little run through. Maybe he's yeah, that'll do it.
You know, the thing is those little bump shots like that, you know, they people think, hey, you know, these things are not that difficult because they see good players shoot them like they're nothing, but they're pretty sensitive.
Now, Zangetsu's on British summertime in South Africa, I'm pretty certain, because they're in the same time zone as us, so he must have gone for dinner. I haven't seen him in the chat. Now, I'm not, as I take it the yellow goes. No, it doesn't, so I don't know what Larry's got himself into here, but that's not where he wants to be. He's left himself a dodgy cut. He's getting dodgier and dodgier, this Larry guy. I think he can he tweak it? He might as well tweak it around, because he played that Massey earlier on and got a cracker of a pot. He might as well dink this. He's just trying to dink it and steal a little bit of the pocket, but it ain't happening. But like I say, I think it's just a matter of waiting in your next turn. I just want to see John Boo get off the mark.
Yeah, it'd be nice to see John Boo win some games here. I mean, this table's sitting pretty good. I
take it he parred the first 2 holes then, Spud Boy. That's him dropped a shot. What's the weather like there today in Augusta?
Windy.
Still a big breeze like yesterday.
Oh, it's worse than yesterday.
Oh, well.
It's windy today.
Right. Well,
I mean, right now in the afternoon, even par would be a good score.
Yeah, I think the ball will be these greens. I mean, we know they're like lightning. The ball will even start rolling in the greens with the wind if it's that strong. Well, if it doesn't rain but it pours, John Boo's got himself hooked. Needs to get to the rail. He has done. And
yeah, well, you know, that's he needed a plan to get on that 8 ball. And if he had one, it either didn't work or it wasn't a good one because,
Well,
I mean, you should have been able to get to that 8-ball.
He's going to be in trouble in a second. Does Larry get the spin working? Well, he could have done with a bit more, but because it's, I mean, if Larry had spun that into the rail.
What Larry needed to do was put that yellow down at the end of the table, the 8-ball is, because it would have prevented the shot that John B is now going to try to hit.
Mm-hmm.
If you're in that situation, oh, he underhit it again, I think. If you're in that situation, you want to put your yellow down here at the 8-ball end of the table so that he can't shoot this shot where he rolls behind it. You know what I'm saying, Hugh?
Yep. Yep. Don't give him the easy angle to get to it, but say that, he hasn't. John Boo's definitely one of these. Too many of these players are all falling into the same trap. They just haven't found the pace of shots, and that's significant from the fact that they don't play it.
Well, the thing is it really doesn't matter if you give them the easy angle or not. If you've got a ball down there, they can't do that shot because, they're going to sell out.
Right. Well, Larry finishes this one. I'm just going to tab to the calendar, bring up Friday night 9-ball and see how things are going there. Where are we? Friday night 9, but that's a warm-up one. We don't want that one. Where's it gone? Oh, we're short on players tonight. Probably because a few are watching the stream. Larry, of course, is one of them. So it's going to be a quick tournament tonight, I think. Did Spectre Dawn... Spectre Dawn's obviously not in it tonight. He's obviously been caught out or he's in the night out. Yeah.
Well, M is -4 through 17, so he's only one over. And I'll tell you what, anywhere around even par, he was lucky because he had an early tee time. These guys that are playing in this afternoon, they will be thrilled if they shoot even par.
Yeah, the field's going to start. I mean, because the guys who went out early yesterday and had good scores are going to be out later today in a howling gale. So the field will start coming back to the pack.
Well, but see, M went out early today, so he had it easy. So did Willett. A bunch of these guys that are up on top, and they're going to stay on top. I bet you nobody is catching them this afternoon. It's going to be brutal. That golf course is really tough.
Oh, I mean, how many times did you watch yesterday and players were hitting a ball onto the green? They had the spin on it, and where did the ball go after the spin? 100 yards back down the fairway.
Oh yeah, the ball will.
That is a scary golf course. I mean, the scary part is not finding your way around it. The scary part is going near a green and finding a spot in the green where you've actually got a shot. So John Boo ducking for cover. I think Larry's in trouble here. I'm pretty confident in saying Larry's in trouble. Give it the old heave-ho. Well, if that spin keeps out of the pocket, he'll settle for that.
Well, if I'm John Boo, I'm putting him right back there.
Yep, just a little tickle off the edge of the right edge of that yellow.
No, don't try to hit the yellow. Just kick
hit
behind.
The knuckle. Well, remember, he's got to get a ball to rail, though, remember. I think the safer way would to make sure you hit one to rail to start with. Just tickle it. What's he doing?
It's just easier to get there. That little shot where you're trying to hit the edge of the ball is tough. I'm not sure what he's trying to do. I'm not sure if he's shooting that ball or just trying to position it, but that's not a good play.
He's given Larry a free shot to get his red over the pocket and the cue ball down that direction. Should he get it in? He's found the line there, Larry. He's actually stunned it to keep it up topside. Now, how does he deal with the one that's next to the yellow? Because it ain't going in many places. Well, I mean, I suppose he could be crazy and check this red ball into the corner, check it with a bit of right English, and try and at least maybe nudge the 8 ball. And if he skims the 8 ball, he might be lucky and still be in his ball in the bottom rail, but he's going the other way. Oh,
Yeah.
well,
If I was him there, I may have tried to play safe if I could do it and position the balls better. You know, the safety idea would be to run it up on that 8 on the red, because John Boo's going to be kicking at that point. You know, the only question is how are you going to position the balls when you do that?
Well, here's take 2. He's gone for the kick this time the way that you said, and he's got cover. This is a big target for Larry to get to. Probably he could go 2 rails and come into them in the corner.
Yeah, he may be doing that. I mean, he's just going to spin it, and he didn't hit it. Yeah, that's all right. That was effective. So
yeah, well, Larry's got the table in a good position now. I'll be quite happy. It's just a case of
yeah. Well, this is not easy from where John Boo is.
why is he not? Why is he not getting rid of that yellow in the side rail there with a free shot?
Yeah, you would think that that's what he would have done. I mean, I don't get it either. I mean, he's got a UK flag, so I'm assuming he understands what free shot is. But you would have thought he would have moved that ball out of there, and yeah, he is just a little disappointing. He's not doing that well.
Well, if you're disappointed with that match, you'll be glad you never watched the one I watched last night. Because that was even worse than this. I'm going to say that unless Larry does something really stupid at some point during a rack, and particularly down towards the 8 ball, I'm going to stick my neck out and say it's zip, 13 zip. Because Larry's home and dry in this one, and halfway home. So when this match is over, I'll be moving over to catch up on what remains of Friday Night 9-ball, provided it's still on. I presume it still will be. It's only, 45 minutes into the tournament.
Yeah, it's still going.
Larry's had a couple of yellows in the break. And, well, I suppose, I mean, again, this is good from either point of view. But I think you'd favour the yellows simply because 2 of them have already gone and it gives you less work to do. Well, there's a first big boo-boo from Larry. Missed the yellow into the side. It's still an open table, of course, until that next ball goes down. What's that going on in the chat? Good evening, Keith.
Keith, sir. Hi, Keith.
Played Zangetsu now. What does that mean, Cobra? What, the match? What, you mean the black ball match? You played him in the tournament? Or are you just practicing or what? Well, in the challenge room. Well, tell him well done. Well, John Boo's got himself in a hole again. And all these reds are like cherries for the picking for Larry when he comes to the table. They're like little red cherries on a purple fondant ice cream.
Well, let's see what he decides to do here. I mean, this kind of situation, you really have to try to make this ball. I think I'm going to try to kick it in.
Well, Larry's got his free shot.
Oh, you know what? I didn't realize. I forgot that it was a free shot if you pot your opponent's ball.
But not pot your own. Yeah, you've got to pot your own ball as well as your opponent's at the same time.
That's interesting.
I mean, you only wrote the code, Steve.
Well, you know, it's been a while. I played blackball. That actually changes things quite a bit because you know, one of the strategies in 8-ball is to start pocketing your opponent's balls, because if you get a situation where, let's say that you've got one ball, your opponent's got one ball left and it's locked up and you got a bunch of them. So let's say you've got 3 of them and he's got one, and you've got a couple balls locked up. Even though you have an advantage, okay, there are some plays you can make. Like one of the plays is he starts pocketing your balls on purpose.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, there's no free shot in 8-ball in American 8-ball. So what he's doing is he's removing your balls that you can, you know, use to get those out. So now you have ball in hand, but there's nothing to shoot because the ball's locked up. And if you don't have a ball that's close to those to break it out, so, you know, strategy-wise, you try to move your balls down there. They're close to the problem balls.
Mm-hmm.
But I've seen that strategy used very effectively. Just pot your opponent's balls. And that's probably why they made that illegal, because, you know, that can be an effective strategy to improve table position, or obviously clear out balls that are blocking.
Spud, it won't be the only player that's having trouble today at that course. By the way, Semi, just to clarify things, I'm not talking about Charlie Bravo. I'm talking about the quality of the opponent they had, who was a complete newbie. Let's be honest, and it just made it horrible to watch. I mean, that match with Zangetsu and Stubbs, the type of match I like to watch. Somebody who I'd never heard of, never seen until that first match of the tournament, where I thought, well, this guy's got some semblance of an idea of what he's going about. And, you know, that gives me encouragement in terms of that it's going to be worth watching. And we all said that when Stubb came up against Zangetsu in this second round match, you better not take him too lightly. And look what happened. And we saw a match at the end of the day, something worth watching.
Yeah, something probably more worth watching than this match. I mean, this is just
this is
about as one-sided as it can get.
Yeah, this is going to be the first bagel of the tournament, I think. As I said, Larry's going to have to start. He's going to have to start doing really dumb things, and, you know, hanging an 8-ball or something for John Boo to get off the mat.
Well, that was missed by a mile.
But it's all down to the lack of time on the table.
That's the sort of thing right there that, you know, Larry can't afford to do in this tournament. Where, you know, it's fine to miss a ball, but that was not even close.
Yeah, but that wasn't Larry. That was John Boo.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I got them mixed up with who had what balls. Okay, I'm sorry, Larry. The sun is shining back on you.
I'm just as bad, Steve, because I'm looking at the chat and then I look back at the table, and the table, I'm still calling for the same player, but it's already changed. I've missed plenty of things. You've probably got 6 screens up at the moment watching the golf when it comes on and whatever. Of course, there's the World Pool Championships going on at the moment as well. I'm missing that.
I've been watching that too much. I mean,
on that sort of, I don't know how you describe that colour of table. It's sort of an off tan colour. They're calling it grey, but it's a weird colour.
Yeah, that table is, I would call that more gray than tan. I think tan's actually a pretty nice color for pool tables.
Yeah, but a couple of the players actually said that they prefer it in terms of seeing the edge of the ball against the back. You know, the against maybe a rail or something.
Sure.
They see the edge of the ball clearer with that colour of cloth. I like the contrast of these reds and yellows on this cloth. It's a good contrast. Well, it's at 9-0 at the moment.
Well, this could be the whitewash.
Oh,
this could be the first whitewash.
This has got whitewash written all over it. Now, what happened there? We've had a ball on the break.
Yeah, he's going to take yellows.
Yeah, they're queuing up to get into this corner pocket.
How can you not take yellows? It's just like, if there's ever a quick decision for a ball choice, this was the table.
Two reds are awkward in the right rail there. You don't need to be bothering with them. 8 balls wide open into the top corner. Game over.
If this was Josh Filler shooting, he would have been done already. This kind of table, he would have already made the 8.
Are you saying Larry's slow, Steve? Is that what you're trying to say?
No, Larry's not slow, but Josh Filler is unbelievably fast. Well, Larry's playing a nice pace here.
Oh, is Tiger thrown away all the shots today? What is he now? He must be 3 over now. But as I say, he won't be the only one. It won't be that far off the pack.
Yeah, he really needs to stay no worse than 3 over.
And he's got, I mean, the back 9, you've got the 2 par 5s, he's got a chance to get a couple of shots back.
Yeah, with the way the weather is today, I wouldn't be surprised if the cut was like 5 over.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's pretty crazy.
Yeah, I'll guarantee you Bernhard Langer's not going to make the cut at 64 because he finished 4 over par, I think. So he'll be about 10 over by the time his round's finished, which it probably is. It's a scary place, that course, especially with the wind up.
Right now, the projected cut is +4.
That'll just keep going up. Yeah.
I think it's going to go up. I think it's going to end up being +5. Right now, +4 is tied for 49th. What are they taking on the Masters? The top 50? It's got a different cut line than a normal tournament. I think it's a top 50.
Yeah, there's 91 in the tournament, so it's going to be roughly half. So you're probably right, about 50.
Yeah. So right now it's +4, and I bet it goes to +5 because there's still a lot of players left on the course.
Well, they're now all queuing up into that top left pocket. We still haven't anybody committed to a ball yet. Still an open table.
I'll tell you something that somebody that's kind of snuck up is Charles Schwartzel. He's finished and he's -3. And he's -3 for the day. He shot even yesterday. He shot 69 today.
Well, that's a cracking result if he's 3 under in the clubhouse.
Well, he played early, but still, it was brazy early. Not as bad now, but it was still. But you know, Charles Schwartzel, I was watching him. I don't know, last week or the week before, throwing clubs. He was so pissed off. I mean, he's just played terrible lately. So for him to be, for him right now, he's tied for 3rd. And
is he another South African?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought so.
And well, he won the Masters.
Yeah.
He's a Masters winner. Yeah, he won the Masters. I don't remember what year it was, but it's quite a while. But beautiful golf swing. I mean, but I know he's really struggled lately.
Well, Larry was trying to get a nudge there. Didn't get it.
Well, Larry's.
Yeah, he's just going to bide his time again. Quite right. Let John Boo move that red and yellow on the left-hand side. Look at these side pockets. You know, you hit them to that jaw, You know, it just goes straight back out in the direction it came in. Oh, that was almost good.
I think it is good. Just leaving it there is good.
I almost, you know, another half a turn it would have gone in. Larry in control up the top of the table, so John Boo's chances of success in this rack are very slim. I mean, he can play the red into the side and have a smack and try and bring them out. He might as well. But you've got to pot the red first.
Actually, I thought he had a real good chance of potting his red and making the yellow, but he didn't really hit it the right way. That wasn't very well played.
Now, is Larry going to play the little cut, or is he just going to drop out? I think he's...
But I'll give you guys a clue on how to play that shot. So you've got a little angle and the ball's near the side pocket, and the problem is you got to draw it, you know, but if you draw it, it draws away. And if you try to stun it, it's going into the rail.
That was a good shot.
If you try to cut it a little more with draw, it still goes into the rail. So the way you got to hit that is with inside English. If you want the ball to grab right away, kind of like stun draw and move right away without sliding sideways, inside English. That will make that ball. You could make that ball suck and go right down the rail with a little bit inside and a little stun draw.
Tell you something, Larry's lethal with the little swerve shots. He's got a dodgy 8, but again he got another pot. In or over will do it.
He's got to watch out to scratch here.
That's perfect.
He hit it at good speed, just dead weight. Yep.
So
well played.
Larry's 2 away. Oh, that's Zangetsu, Steve. There he is. Well done. Great result and well played.
You're a popular guy now beating Stubb.
Rowan de Grief. Now, you know that's definitely a South African name.
Well, Gloria says was written for you. You and everybody else was written for him. I don't think Stubb had anybody written for him. Where's One Pocket Slim? He roots for Stubb sometimes.
Yeah, Slim hadn't arrived in the building, let alone left the building. He hasn't been around for a couple of days.
Yeah, Stubb needs his posse because, you know, it's tough. He's got so many people that want to see him lose. What the heck is John Boo doing? What kind of shot was that he just played? I just don't get this. I thought looking at the factors in the UK and what his rating was that he was going to be better than this. Well, there's a interesting shot by Larry. Yeah, maybe pub pool's not his game. Who's a Sylvia Larry fan? Oh, that's good. Don't be causing trouble.
Oh, yeah,
Here.
I am muted again, guys. I'm talking to Steve here and rabbiting away, and you guys can't hear it.
Oh, that's too bad, you guys, because he was saying some juicy stuff.
Yeah, I was saying Larry's number one fan's just arrived in the room. Sylvia. Now, who's at the table before I really mess up? John Boo.
Yeah, John Boo's at the table, and he's in trouble because he can't win from here.
Well, that 8-ball's still in the same spot it was before, I think, so it still goes.
Well, it's not the 8-ball that's a problem. It's his yellow that's a problem. I don't know what he's going to do here.
Well,
you can potentially make this in the corner. You have to force through carom. Well, you carom it off the 8, but you force it through. You hit it with a lot of draw because it'll put topspin on the yellow and make it go forward off the line. There was a carom shot there. Not an easy one, but it was possible.
No.
Well, Larry's probably just going to take care of business here. I think he's making the right choice and not shooting the one on the rail. But that's funny.
Yeah, he was trying to take everything off that just to hold it. He might be able to. Nah, he's usually yellow, but he's got himself into trouble that's blocked him.
He's okay here. I mean, this is pretty straightforward shape. He's not even gonna take any chances. He had a shot to get on that yellow, but I think that's a good play. Why take any chances?
Yeah,
that's the smart thing to do.
Larry's concerned about the comeback. He's making sure he's putting his foot across the neck.
Well, this is a tough situation because it's easy to scratch off this, and if you don't scratch, it's easy to leave a shot. Well, let's see if Larry kicks at this red again or whether he actually decides to shoot something. He's got a natural shape to run 2 or 3 rails. You know, 2 railer straight into that yellow one's not a bad shot. He's going 3, and that's no good.
Oh dear.
If you're going to go 3, you got to come up a lot shorter than that. I thought the play was to go 2 and into the yellow.
Now you see he's putting right English on it. You see, and everybody's doing the same thing. They're thinking that they need loads of English, and you don't apparently, because I can't work out the angles on this table, and Larry's not picked a line that time. So here we go.
I say 50-50 John Boo can win from here.
Well, he could have done getting better on the 8-ball, but this getting rid of the bagel, and there it goes. Thank God for that.
Yep. Everybody be happy.
I'm glad my prediction didn't come true. But that's what had to happen. You know, it had to be down, let 1 or just the 2 balls left for John Boo to get something. And it was going to maybe come around at some point. So this is what still open table.
Well, maybe he'll be energized here and start playing better and win this one too. I mean, this is sitting real good, really. You just bump this and shoot the one. Yeah, he got on it perfect. I wouldn't hit it that hard, but he's fine. He's got a little rub on the 8 and go through.
Too thick.
Yeah, he wanted to just rub it. He didn't want to hit it like that.
Well, that'll do. That's a combo. A little sliver thin edge and combo the red over the pocket, and now he's in trouble again. Well, I think he could pot this.
Yeah, he can.
Oh, here. he might be on a roll here if he keeps getting little
Oh, look
nudges
at
like
this.
that. I mean, this
Yeah.
is.
It's
Listen,
just
if that
classic.
was stubbed, the BS would have already been tight.
Oh yeah, classic. Let's get lucky.
And it goes. Oh, and we're on a roll.
And he breaks and runs out. Larry lost 2 games so far on that mistake, and maybe more. Well, it's Larry's break now. Larry can stop the bleeding himself.
Oh, Spud's just giving me bad news all the time. Every time Spud types something in the chat, Tiger is full on fail mode. Oh dear.
Boy.
I think he's blown a gasket. Well, at least he was there. I mean, who thought he was ever going to appear at the Masters again?
Yeah, well, you never know. I mean, he may continue to recover and start playing better. He's not that old yet.
I mean, you can see the fact that he can't get down in the shot when he's trying to read the putts. He can't get down. I mean, he's a foot higher than he normally was when he was trying to read the putts because he can't stretch that muscle in his leg to get down. You know, he probably needs a good bit more physio and workout to loosen himself up. But then, how much can he loosen himself? He's probably all nuts and bolts down below the waist. There's probably more metal in him than there is in bloody the Bionic Man.
Yeah, he's probably got enough metal in him to make a small airplane.
So Larry on the hill. Now whose break is it? It's John Boo's.
Well, I'm gonna make a prediction that Larry's gonna win this wreck.
Well,
see if I can commentate or curse him.
I don't think. I think he's got the yellow to start them all.
I think he'll take the yellows. I think the yellows are sitting the best.
He's probably going to nudge into that other yellow if he can, because it's nope. He's trying to just squirt into the gap, and he's overhit it slightly. I think he tried to get a wee bit cheeky there and just drop into that gap. He's going to try the combo anyway.
Yeah, that's not a bad play because he's gonna cover this pocket up.
And he might as well do it again. He's in good position.
Sure. Why not?
Just whenever it happens, you might as well deal with it.
Yeah, get them all out of there. For some reason, he's looking up table. I'd shoot the combo.
I don't see a problem with it. I mean, the worst that can happen is he's going to block the pocket. Anyway. And he's found a gap.
Now he got himself funny. I think he wanted to shoot this ball up table, but he didn't get on it good.
Yeah, he's in bedhead territory. You don't want a cut like that in this table.
I don't know about this.
Now he wishes he did take that combo. You know, hindsight's a great thing.
Yeah, it was sitting right there, you know, even if you hadn't planned it in the first place.
I worked it out. It's not a hard enough combo, so Larry wants to try it now.
Well, let's see what John Boo can do here.
Well, that those two reds that are together, I mean, that is a combo. It's easily made, but it's got to be gentle and give it every chance to go in.
I wouldn't want to shoot that combo.
Neither would I, but
ugly one.
Yeah, it certainly can be made.
He's on it good right now, though. If he's going to shoot it, now's the time to do it.
That was well done.
Yep. Oh, he's sitting perfect on it.
Now, the 8 ball has got 2/3 of a pocket to go into in that corner, so he should be out.
Yeah, he's got plenty of room as long as he gets on it good. If he gets him something funny on that 8 ball, all of a sudden it's going to get tough.
That's his. I was going to say that's his last shot. It still might be. That yellow does go past the red over the corner. It's tightish, but
Well, that was a well played shot there. Kind of a little kill shot.
Larry's going to the short side. He doesn't want to hook himself behind the red here again. Here we go.
Now, this is tricky to get by these two reds.
Oh, he's going the other way. That was a clever shot.
Oh, he had to. I mean, there's no way you're getting along with those.
That was a clever shot.
I mean, you had to get really short to miss the one. I mean, he had to be very short of that side pocket to miss that one red coming across.
Oh dear.
And then he doesn't get that done, and he doesn't cover the pocket.
Well, the comeback is still on. Got a little bit more respect in the scoreboard here. Now he wants to be probably, if he could, stop the ball for that other one along the rail. Nope, he's going the other way. Oh. And he's the wrong angle in this red. Now, if he was brave, he would cut it into the side and just let it run up. Because now he's at least he's got the blocker. So he's still looking good, John Boo, to pinch another one. Oh, there's Stubb. What's Stubb got to say? Hang on a minute to read the chat. Oh dear. Well, no. I think you've now learned that black ball isn't your game, Stubb. You get beat by the better player. You need to admit it.
Stubb's going to talk in the third person.
Yeah, that's. He's still looking in the bright side.
I think this game's over. Larry's got a free shot.
Yeah. Quick look and see. Did anybody know who Larry's going to... What did I say? Did I say? I probably did say who Larry would probably play, but I've totally forgotten. So it's a comfortable win for Larry. 13 racks to 2. Now, quick look. Well, that's Friday Night 9 ball. Hang on a minute. Go back to the lobby. I can't remember who Larry was going to play. Where is he? So Albinario plays Mal in round 2. Spud Boys waiting on MC Clark and Dirties. Do you know if there's anything been sent in that match, Steve? Between MC Clark and Dirties or Dr. Ties? Because that's only, 2 days to go? It's the only outstanding first round match. Larry plays Popman, that was it. So
let's see, which players was it?
It was MC Clarkey and DRTYS is the other fella. Right, so
here's one. DRTS had proposed one on April 1st.
What?
April 1st, he'd done a proposal for April 1st and April 2nd. Let me see if MC Clarkey ever did a proposal.
Oh, is he in Friday Night 9 ball? Oh, I never even noticed. Well, we might as well find out. But anyway, we know that he sent a proposal, but maybe MC Clarkey, maybe he's out on holiday or something, or vacation, as you guys say.
There was one proposal sent. MC Clarkey never counter-proposed.
Right. So he may well be. I don't know whether he's getting notifications either. I'll get him on Facebook and see if he's noticed he's had a proposal. Anyway, the outstanding matches in this black ball tournament that are scheduled. The next one is Mark Shark and Little Wolf tomorrow afternoon at 2 p.m. I should be home for that one. And don't forget, we've got Cheeky Chico and Semi Pro on Sunday at 3 p.m. And remember, these are British summertime, so what's 2 p.m. is like 9 a.m. breakfast time for East Coast. And then the final match is Snake Eyes and Sylvia, and they are going at it on Sunday at 5 p.m. So we've got 2 matches Sunday, and we've got 1 tomorrow night at the moment, although that may change. So, well, what I'm going to do now is is I am going to try and get back to that page I was on, and I've gone past it again. Hang on a minute. We'll go and look at how Friday Night 9 Ball is doing. Quick look at the bracket. On the winner's side, Mr. Fox is playing LS3 at the moment. That's just underway. We'll go in and have a look at that. Steve, what are you doing? Are you heading to watch the golf? Because we don't want to keep you if you don't want to.
Yeah, I'm probably going to head out, maybe do some more work or something. I will give you an update on leagues because I've done quite a bit of work on them. So, the basic design of leagues are you play a race to some number against each player on the other team. So if there's 3 players on each team, you'll play all 3 players on the other team. So if it's 3-player teams, you'll play 3 matches in league night at a minimum. And I say at a minimum because it's possible to set the league up where you can play multiple races. Like let's say you're going to play race to 5, okay? You might play each player twice. So you play 6 races to 5. It just depends on how the league's set up. It's flexible how it can be done. The basic league is designed to be handicapped. There are limits on total rating for the team. You can't have extra players. You can, have subs and it's wise to, have some extra players in case somebody can't make a league night. So you play through the league and you could play each team just once. It could play twice or 3 times. Again, that's all flexible. You might end up playing each team twice for, a league. League may run 10, 15, 20 weeks. It just depends. When the league's done, about 2/3 of the money pays out. The other third is kept for a playoffs. So the top X teams in the league, which again is definable, go into a playoff. So let's say you had 6 teams in the league and you said, okay, the top 4 make it in the playoffs. So those top 4 basically play in a tournament bracket style to see who wins the playoffs, which gets the rest of the prize money. At this point, I've gotten all of that working. I've played through about 10 of them just by doing actually playing them on multiple clients at once, and actually playing 3-ball races 2 or something, just to make sure that all the stuff was working with the game server. Most of the work I had to do is on the web side, and that handles a lot of the database and all the stuff that happens for winning and losing, and I wrote something that I could play it without actually running the game clients. And I would say in the last 3 days, I've probably played 300 or 400 leagues the whole way through. I can play a league the whole way through with a click of a button. I mean, I can play a league in about, 1/10 of a second from start to finish now. Right. So it's a pretty cool way to be able to test it. And everything's working. I've got a few issues with the web display that I have to work out. I'm getting pretty close to where we can test, and I was originally going to test on the development server, but I'm thinking of actually testing this on the production server, because as long as the game client part isn't going to cause problems, and problems is crashing and taking the whole system down, as long as we're not having those problems, most of the issues are probably going to be on the web side, which, is all the reporting and moving people, and, it sets up all the matches and does all that stuff. So, hopefully there's not lots of problems, but, I'm saying hopefully because I know how this goes.
So basically, you talk. I mean, how does a league set up? I mean, what I'm getting at is the league going to be there like the ladder is there at the moment, and then you have to invite for people in your friends list to join your team in that league?
Well, a league's not like a ladder in a sense that a ladder, just keeps going forever. A league is a finite time period. So there'll be a league that's set up that says, okay, this league starts this date. It's going to run for this many weeks. It's this game. There'll be some particulars about how the league is to be played, how many weeks it is, what the game is, and so on. And then what happens is players can make teams. So every team has a concept of a captain and a co-captain. And basically the captain, it's his team, and he can invite whoever he wants to the team, and he can also kick people off the team if he so wishes. And the co-captain is there to make lineup changes in case the captain can't play. So the co-captain is able to change the lineup too. So typically what you would do is, let's say you had 3-man leagues. Typically what you'd want to do is get a team with 4 players, unless you're really confident that all 3 of your guys can play. Because, if somebody can't play, then, that's a huge problem. Now, I believe, I haven't tested it, but I believe you can add players at any time, even after the league starts. I have to look at that. So if you lost the player for whatever reason, you could probably replace them at that point.
Right.
You should be able to do that. But anyhow, once you get a team that's full of the number of people that you want, and there is a limit on that too. It'll be a team of X people, and there'll be a limit on how many extras you can have, which typically would be set to something like 2, although you don't have to have 2. So once you've got your team set up, that's it. When the league starts, however many teams you have signed up, that's going to be it. There'll be a minimum number of teams needed and a max number allowed, just like tournaments are. So, my experience with leagues is that you really need a minimum of 4 teams. And I'm not sure there's any practical maximum, although typically the leagues I've played in real life, I think the most I've ever seen was 8 teams.
Well, I've got one question that I think is relevant. This league, would it be as such a league night, or, for example, if I found out I was playing Larry in a league match, how's that scheduled?
It's going to be a set night. There'll be a set night, where you have league at a certain time.
Right. But is there a certain time to a time limit to play that match? It has to be on that night.
Oh yeah, it's
Right.
it's going to be, those matches are going to come up, and you'll have your normal timeouts on the rims. You're going to have to play it then. That's
Right.
why it's important to have the ability to have other people play. Now, the way the money works is that when the league's over, let's say you win the league, okay? So, and one thing about leagues that's maybe a little different than some of these other things is I've got the league set up so that it pays every single team. Okay, so when the league gets over, it's going to pay everybody. Now, obviously, the teams that are down at the bottom are not going to get as much money as the teams at the top. But it is set up to, give everybody something. And how much each individual player gets depends on how much they play. Mm-hmm. So let's say you got 4 players on your team, and, one guy may have played, 20 league nights, and one guy's played 18, and one guy's played 15, and one guy's played 10. Well, the guy that played 20 is going to get double the money of the guy that played 10. So how much money you get back at a league is going to be based on how many times you've played. Now, the playoffs aren't like that. The playoffs, everybody on the team gets an even share. But for the normal league play, which is where you pay, so when you go into the playoffs, there's no paying for the playoffs. So let's say it's a $10 a night league. That means that when you play league night, and it doesn't matter whether you're playing three races of five, or you're playing those same three players, you're playing, three races each to five, so you're playing 9 matches instead of 3. It's always still whatever the fee is for the whole night. You only pay that fee for normal league nights. When you get in the playoffs, there's no fee, and it doesn't matter who ends up playing in the playoffs. Who's ever on your team is going to split what you win.
Right. And can Stubb have his own team?
Yeah, Stubb can have a team.
Yeah, what I mean is a one-man team.
Well, no, you can't. And I'm going to have to think about, what's going to happen if people aren't there. Right now it's just forfeits. But I'm going to have to think about that some, about how that's going to work. But it's going to start out, if you have a team member that isn't there, they're going to be forfeiting every match, which is why it's important to be able to have extra participants on your team. And right now, the way it's set up right now is you cannot change the lineups once the league night starts. You can't sub somebody in. You can't change who you want to play. So you can change that up to when the league night starts, and for that night, then it's locked. Right. And I may change that at some point, but right now, the way it works, it's locked. So you have to know who's going to be there and have your lineup set for that night.
Now that sort of thing for a league night, especially obviously with the time zone differences, you would be more inclined to think you would have more reliable attendance if all the guys in your team were on the same time zone.
Well, it's just it's not as a matter of what the time zone is. It's more of a matter of when people are on VP. So, there's times more players are on VP than others. There's times where, people tend to come in the same times. There's certain times that you're on. There's certain times anybody that's a regular on here is on VP that are good for them. So it's going to be fine players that are on when you are that want to play on a team.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not as much a time zone as when they normally come online.
What sort of time are you talking about going ahead with this?
Well,
still got work to do.
We'll see. I feel like I'm getting pretty close to the end. I still got to do some more testing. But I hate to give dates because I never know how these things are going to go. But I'm hoping sometime this month that we can actually try a small test league where, it's basically just play a limited number of weeks. This thing, it's not just, doesn't have to be played once a week. Like, you can set this thing up so that it's you play Tuesdays and Thursdays, so you play twice a week. I mean, it's very flexible how it's set up. So for testing, I just want to get in 3 or 4 rounds and then playoffs and, basically run through it. It doesn't have to be a lot of time as far as play time. I mean, it could be races to 2 or 3 of 3 ball. It could be, something that's not going to take any time at all. But it just needs to be tested more and make sure it's working before we actually try to crank up a real league where there's going to be a lot of teams and a lot of weeks of play.
Well, you can keep us up to date on that.
Yeah, and I spent a lot of time doing stuff so that, well, Tiger just holed out from the fairway.
Well, you needed that then. What was that in a par 4?
Oh, maybe that was a long time ago. That may have been an old. That may have been old Tiger.
Yeah, that's him writing them off, saying this is what he used to do. Yeah.
But no, I mean, I spent a lot of time on the UI on the web. So, for example, when you go to the event page, the tabs at the bottom, there's a lot of information on those. For example, there's an event summary that will show you the current league standings ranked, the team names with their team icon, the wins, the losses, their win percent. If it's into the playoffs, it'll show you the playoff rankings. Schedules, it's got a schedule thing where it shows the schedules for the whole league and for when the playoff starts. After a week's been played, it shows the results of that night. There's a team page that shows the teams and shows the members of every team. There's a matches page that shows the active matches. It shows the scores of those matches. It shows the current team score for that night. So in other words, let's say that the Sharks are playing the Bad Boys. Okay, so and it's 3-player teams, and you're playing each player twice. So that means that each player is going to play 6 races. Well, for the team match, every time somebody wins or loses a match, the team gets a point. So if they win, so there's a team score that it shows, but it also shows the score of every single active match. And then there's a playoff tab that shows the playoff brackets with live scoring on it, just like we have for the tournaments. So there's a lot of information there that you can look at to see how the team's doing and how other players on their teams are doing. So it's got a lot of live scoring, and I think it's gonna be pretty good.
So that's effectively like a stats page, but it's not a page that the players can edit themselves in terms of whether they have a team picture or a team logo or anything like that.
No, that's all done with the team manager. There's what's called a team manager. So on the event page, up at the top, there's a button for team manager. And when you click on that, if you're the team captain, it's going to come up and give you full access where you can do all that kind of stuff as far as creating team name, team logo, inviting players.
Right.
So for a player to get on a team, they have to have an invitation. Then they can reject it or accept it. But you can't get on a team without being invited.
Right. Do you still have to add them as a friend to have them in your team?
No.
Right.
You do not. And it all works with the messaging system too. So when you do an invite, they're going to get a message, which will also be a forwarded email if they've got email forwarding on.
So you're going to do a sort of introduction little video for it, because there's a lot.
Yeah,
there's a lot to explain there.
I think I'm going to have to, especially for the team manager, for the captain.
If you can, you tab through the pages and tell us what you're doing and what it's showing us and all of that stuff, like what you've been saying. But obviously, people are absorb it better seeing it in black, well, in color, obviously. But
well, there's a lot to it. I mean, obviously, there's a lot to it, but it's not as complex as it seems, at least from the user end. Once you sort of get the hang of it, it's pretty easy. Let's see.
What's Spud saying?
Spud, he's asking if it's AP or BCA. Well, I mean, there's APA, BCA, TAP, there's VNEA, there's a bunch of different leagues in the States, and it's not really based on any of them per se, as far as saying, well, this is just like a APA league or BCA league. It's not. But there's a lot of ideas from those leagues in what was done. I mean, trying to do the design to decide what's really going to work well. And I will say that there's an option that doesn't do anything right now to play a different style of league, which right now when you play, so if there's three-man teams, and you're going to see three matches come up, and we'll play those things. And just like a tournament, when the next one of your matches comes up, you'll play it. So you and your teammates will be playing in different rooms. I've also got this idea of making it so that everybody plays in the same room. So how that would work is if you had three-man teams, then all six of you would be in a single room, and like Hugh would play Steve, and then Spud would play semi-pro, and all your teammates would watch you play. So you'd match off playing one game at a time, and each game would get you so many points. And that idea is that you'd be in there with your teammates, and it would be more social. I didn't do that initially because I knew the other way of playing races was going to be more like what people are used to on VP. So I felt like it was a safer way to go initially. But I might do the other mode too, because it's kind of cool if you just want to hang out and socialize.
Right, I've got another question. Is there the possibility, with this present system as you've got it, that you could do something along the lines of a virtual Moscone Cup? Now, by that, I mean, and probably the crux of the matter of that is that if you had it set up, could you play a doubles match? Is all these matches just single matches from the team, or can you have the match that finishes the night is a doubles match from each team?
Well, theoretically, the league could have doubles. I mean, it's not something I've tested, but it's something that's built into VP. So, it wouldn't be that hard to make it doubles. But
well, what I'm really getting at, Steve,
also currently is that it's not just like one match at the end. It's like it would be the whole league would be doubles.
Right.
But setting up a Moscone style format would be, given that you get the league working, setting up something like a Moscone Cup would be a lot easier. It would be really simple to do it just within what the league does. If you really wanted to do singles and doubles, then there would have to be some adjustments made for the concept of league, because right now it doesn't have that built in.
Right. That's why I was asking, because we've never had a doubles tournament other in an NRT.
Yeah, it's possible. It's possible to do a doubles tournament in NRT.
It is. We just haven't risked it. Right. So
we just haven't done it, but it's possible to do it. Yeah, we could do a doubles world championship.
Yeah. There you go.
But and there's so many formats of pool. I was watching just not well. I'll tell you after we get done with this discussion. If you have more questions on leagues, I'm certainly willing to answer them now. I don't want to get distracted by something else until we finish with this. So what else do you need to know about leagues?
Oh, questions come into my. I'll be lying in bed and I'll have a question come into my head, so I'll need to make notes. But I'm sure
Well,
I'm sure the other
nothing's
guys will
set
have questions as well.
yeah, nothing's set in stone about what it ends up being, but I mean, I think the basics of it will be, pretty good, and it'll be more similar to what people are used to. All right, so I'm going to talk about something else, just another little format thing, because there's a lot of ways you could play pool. So I'm watching this thing last night. I woke up at 3 a.m. I couldn't sleep. I turned on. Here's a live stream from the Philippines, from Hard Times Sports Bar in the Philippines, and they have this thing called Sharks something or other. It's like, but it's their what they call their media thing. I've watched a lot of their stuff before. They've done a lot of matches. They did like some really great stuff, like old timers, like Efren and Bustamante against Lee Van Corteza, and God, who was he playing with? I don't remember, but they've had some really cool things on there. So they did this thing last night where they took 10 players, and not all the same skill level, but basically 10 guys from somebody that's, kind of a weak pro to somebody that's arguably the best player in the world. And they stacked them up in a stack. So at the top of the stack was the weakest player all the way down to the strongest player. The strongest player they had was Dennis Okoye. The next strongest they had was Anton Raga. And then third was Jericho Benares. Fourth was Jeff Ignacio. Fifth was Jonas Magnape. And then there's a bunch of guys that I didn't know below that. But so what they did was they start out, the guy that's at the top plays the second place guy. And whoever wins that gets a point. And the guy that wins plays the third place guy. And whoever gets that gets a point, and so on. So they worked their way down through this thing. And they basically, it is handicapped. The better guys have to give something up. But it's kind of like a real-time ladder, one game at a time, and see who's going to move up. And it's basically get a point every time you win. Mm-hmm. And it was an interesting format seeing these guys play. I don't think as a player it's that exciting, but that's me. I don't like those kind of formats. A lot of people like things like ring games. I don't. But it was a lot of fun to watch. I've never seen that. I bet nobody else has ever seen that either. I don't know. They must have just come up with this thing.
I've got a better game to bring to VP4. What about that one that they play? There's the videos on YouTube. There's quite a few videos. The one with the wooden table, and they play it with washers with a cue stick. They play, but that's a brilliant looking game.
How about the clay balls in skirts of reeds? The mud balls, the mud pool table with mud balls.
Yeah,
and tree branches. Yeah, how about that one?
Yeah, I mean that's taking it back to basics. There's Keith. Is Keith still there, or did Keith come back? Good evening, Keith. Yeah, you're going to. Of course, the thing is, if you've got these antisocial players in VP4. Remember, you've got players that never play doubles. All these Spectre Dons and Cobras and everybody. They never get near doubles. So how are they going to be in a team?
Well, I mean, not everybody may want to be on a team, but it's another way to have fun.
I think we're going to have to twist those guys' arms. I know there'll be plenty of people who want to play it.
Yeah, well, the cool thing about, and again, it can be different. There could be no handicaps. It's going to be all players of a certain level. It could be open to anybody. It could be, only, B and C players. There's a lot of ways it could be set up. But the most basic way is that there will be a handicap limit for the team. Mm-hmm. and basically the way we do that is an average. So there'll be a stated average. So it might say that the team cannot average more than like 1950 in rating. So, you know, you're going to have some guys that have lower ratings on the team. It's not going to be just like all great players on one team.
Yeah.
And that's pretty typical in real life is that they rating limit the team.
What I was thinking is that you'd have to have, you couldn't have, four. I mean, is it two? I mean, is it 4-man teams, 3-man teams?
It can be set to whatever.
Right.
There's no.
You couldn't
Yeah,
have,
it can be whatever.
You couldn't have 3 former virtual Pool 4 world champions in the one team. You'd have to have a numpty in it, so at least I could get in one of the teams.
Well, if you said it was a 1950, you'd have to have, it depends on what you set the rating average limit to. But even if you set it to like 2100, you can't have 3 guys that are, top players on one team because they're all going to be, 23, 24, 2500 ratings.
Well, I think one was going to have a good rant about that. Don't tell one about leagues, whatever you do.
Well,
keep it quiet. Just have leagues. Leagues for no Italians.
I'm gonna get about a 5-page letter in support about why leagues are discriminating against Italians or something like that. Yeah. But I mean, it's going to be fun, and we can do different things with them. But I think the basic idea of what a league is and the ability to have playoffs, the fact that we can make fair teams, we can do some handicapping. I think all those concepts are that are in there are good, and I think right off the bat we can have pretty good play in the league. And then we can take it from there. We can always tweak it and do some different stuff.
Well, it's good. It's good to hear you've actually been working, Steve, because I just thought you've been doing commentary and streams for the last 2 months.
Well, I told you before that I've been working on leagues. It's a tremendous amount of work, to get this kind of stuff to work.
Well, at least you're making. It sounds like you're making good progress. So.
Yeah, that's very close. That's why I wanted to talk about it, because otherwise everybody's like, when's the date? And I'm like, at least now I can say soon.
That's good. How soon's that going to be, Steve?
Well, I told you, we'll probably test this month.
Right.
And, I don't know exactly when it's going to be because I have to do more testing and see how it goes. I mean, I don't know of a lot of problems right now, but.
Well, as long as it's a Tuesday night or a Wednesday night, I'm in.
Yeah, well, I mean, we definitely can. We're gonna have to get nights that people want to be online. I mean, that's a given with leagues. I'll be covering Mal, crazy team. Well, but yeah.
Yeah, but they would fall foul of the handicap anyway.
Yeah, you're not gonna be able to do that. I mean, the problem with having somebody that's rated 24 or 2500 is now, to get it to work, you're going to have players that are quite a bit lower than that. And, that's the way it is in real life, too. I mean, I played on BCA League or, went to Vegas and played in that stuff. And, it's like I played once and everybody complained about me because I play like around maybe a 700 level, and I think my number was like 540 or something because I'd never had hardly played at all. All I'd done is gone to BCA League to get drunk and lose, and we got in there and everybody complained about me. So then, of course, since we did pretty good in it, it went up, and now I don't know what it's at. It's still not that high, but it just made it so that the team wouldn't work anymore because they have a limit. They do their limit by total. The total of all members can only be X number below number X.
Well, I'll say now publicly, for the record, I'll have Stubb in my team any day. I can deal with him. I know nobody else wants him, but I'll have him. There you go.
Well, you know, Stubb isn't necessarily going to be a bad guy to have on your team. I mean, but you know, again, he's got a high handicap. What if we're probably going to start out with like something like a 9-ball league? Although testing, we'll probably do 3-ball or something real easy to get through it fast. I mean, Stubb's 9-ball number has got to be pretty high.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh, Semi, don't be so negative. Yeah, we probably don't have enough players to run huge leagues, but you know, it doesn't mean they can't be good. I mean, I've played leagues, you know, real life that had, you know, 5 teams that were good leagues.
Well, fantastic. Mr. Fox is on the hill. I don't know what round this is. I just jumped into the match. I haven't a clue. It must be a third round match or something.
I think it's second or third in the winners. I think this is a winners. Yeah, it's a 7-game. It's a winners match, right?
So, how's Tiger doing, dare I ask? Is it 5 over yet?
Let's see, where's Tiger? No, he's holding steady at 3 over.
And what hole's he on? Is he still
3 over through 6?
That's nothing. He'll make that up in the back 9. He'll get birdies in the par 5s.
Yeah, I mean he's still okay. I mean Justin Thomas is only +2 right now, so he's. Let's see, what has he done today? Because I think he was +4 or 5 after yesterday. Let's see, where's Thomas? I know he didn't play good yesterday.
Well, there we go, Mr. Fox. By the way, semi-pro, you could have a nice little black ball league.
Yeah, he shot 76 yesterday. He was 4 over. He's 2 under today through 5 in the wind.
Well,
you know, he did that thing during the Players' Championship where he played the best round of the tournament in the wind. He shot some phenomenal score like 67 or 68 in that terrible win that day at the Players.
Right, well, Mr. Fox is through to play Chimpy. And what's happening in this one loss side? Well, that's got a long way to go. That's running slow. Keezer's 3-all, 3-2, or DJ Reader's 3-2 up. So this has got another hour and a half to go this tournament. So
yeah, I'm going to go be productive.
Right, well, thanks for your time, Steve. You eventually got in. You missed the early part of that match with Stubb, so if you missed it and you want to catch up, it'll be on YouTube tomorrow.
Okay, I might watch it.
So thanks, Steve, for joining us.
Thank you, Hugh.
We'll bid him good night and get back to work.
All right, good night, guys.
See you later. Thanks again. Right, where are we? We are 4 hours into this session. And we've had some news on the leagues making good progress. So spread the word, guys. That's what to do. Just let people know that they're coming in the not too distant future, which is a good thing. Build it, they will come. That's what I say. So Mr. Fox is playing Chimpy. The results just come through from DJ Redo and Keezer. DJ Redo's gone through, so we'll get in and we'll catch up with this match that's just about to start or just got underway. And obviously, you're not watching Larry versus John Boo. Don't state the obvious and tell me I've got the wrong thing in the screen. I can't change it. This table looks like a 10-footer compared to what I've looked at for the last 3 hours. So it does. It looks like a 10-foot table, but it's only the 9-foot. Larry's got problems as well, Keith. with Windows 11, although other people have got it working okay. Well, as Steve said, I mean, you can have whatever league you want, but the first ones it'll do probably will be 3-ball just to get a thing up and running and see it through that it works. Hang on a minute, back in a sec. 2 seconds, guys. I was just shutting down Discord there. Right, and there's another match through in the one-loss side. Stefan has come through against Yes Dev. 4 racks to 1. So, a few players shot this week, Friday night 9-ball. Spectre Dawn's obviously been called away or something. He didn't appear tonight, and maybe there's good weather in some places and people are making the most of it. So this is a scratch match as well, no handicap. This looks good. Out with the jump stick. Well, he should be home and dry for the first rack here, Chimpy. Looks fairly straightforward to me, unless he scratches on the side. Oh. Yeah, he can get there. Right, well, as it's 4 hours, in fact it's more than that because I started the clock about 15 minutes after I actually started the stream. So as it's over 4 hours into the stream, my bladder needs dealing with, so I'll be back in a minute or two. In fact, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a coffee on as well. So I'm sure I'll be back in time and there'll still be plenty left in this match. I'll see you in a little second, guys. Right, I'm back, guys. I've just been away attending to my ablutions, as they say, and getting a cup of coffee. Well, Slim, the bad news is Stubb got a doing from Zangetsu. You need to watch this. You need to watch the beginning of this stream on YouTube tomorrow, because Stubb was outplayed at the end of the day and outmaneuvered, and Stubb got into so much trouble banging at balls, and Larry got through very comfortable. I think it was 13 racks to 2. John Vu was not at the races, I'm afraid. Struggled. Again, not familiar with the black ball table, as many players have shown that. But Zangetsu was going to be a dangerous opponent to Stubb, and that's how it panned out. Good evening to Run Out Rob. Good evening to Michael. Fuzzies and Lot. Well, the news for the latecomers, Slim as well, who's just gone off the chat there, just disappeared off the top of the chat. But Steve eventually joined the commentary tonight, and if you haven't heard, just before he left there, he gave us a big rundown, a lot of information about the leagues that he's been working on. And the reason he did is because he's been doing a lot of testing on them to a point where he's reasonably happy that he has a system that is functional, and it looks like he'll be starting like a little test league sometime in the next few weeks, so keep your eye out for it. There will be leagues coming to Virtual Pool 4. It's only taken like 9 years, but they are on the horizon. Meanwhile, ignore the information that's on the screen as regards who's playing. That was for the matches earlier this evening. We're back in Friday Night 9 Ball to catch the remainder of the tournament, and this is a hot seat match, is it not? Let's have a look. I've totally lost track of where we are in this tournament. Right, this is the hot seat match to see who gets through to the final. And then obviously one of these guys is going to move across to that one loss side. But the one loss side is moving through a little bit slowly at the moment. Well, LS3 has just gone through against DJ Reader. She's now going to be playing Stefan, so things are catching up. And that's basically where we've got to. Meanwhile, Chimpy has a 2-0 lead, and that 8 ball, let's have a look if we can get to it with my donut. That 8 ball doesn't go. So he's now got a problem how to keep this safe. Oh, well, he was humbled tonight, Slim. Definitely. You watch how he played. I mean, and the guys will tell you themselves. And you'll hear how many of these. This was a record amount of these that you heard in that match tonight. Dozens of them, and all of them were Stubbs' mistakes, pretty much. I mean, Zangetsu made a couple, but I think you could really count the main mistakes that Zangetsu made in the one hand. But Stubb was banging balls and scratching time after time, and it was just a nightmare for him. But he certainly left with his tail between his legs, I can assure you that. And Zangetsu, was a worthy winner. There was nothing about scrambling a win. He was a worthy winner, deserved it. Now, excuse me while I slurp my coffee. In fact, I'll mute myself to have a bite of my biscuit as well. Larry didn't. Larry played a great little Massey shot earlier on as well. You'll see that if you watch the Larry match. But it was a comfortable win for Larry. He wasn't under any pressure. There was nothing coming back from his opponent, so he wasn't pushed. But he'll get a sterner test, or he should get a sterner test against Potman in his second match. Potman's a wee bit more worldly wise than Larry's first opponent. I'll be done munching in a moment. I'm just getting a little bit of sustenance. Been here for 4.5 hours so far. So anyway, Mr. Fox got himself off the map. Now, is he trying to get in that gap? Well, he can certainly get in the gap, and he can certainly hit the one, and he can also certainly put Chimpy in trouble. Just bank that up the table, kill the cue ball and not scratch. And he's got the cover. And loads of room to miss this one ball. Yeah, you're finally getting legs. We can guarantee you that. That was a cheeky little shot. Easy enough escape. Jump to the side rail. But how much power is going to be in this cue ball by the time it gets to the two? Well, he's flipped to 3. That's a bonus. And the angle's perfect to drop down off the rail and out onto the 4. Now, whenever you get a fluke, it's not the fluke that matters, it's what you get from it that matters. Well, he's actually just been able to stun it across. Well, if you can hear me slipping, I just have to apologise. I'm not going to mute the button every time I'm taking a slip. I'm just desperate for some caffeine. In fact, I'll mute myself now because I need to blow my nose. Oh, I'll tell you, I need a desperate hit, so I did. Steve had the right idea. He joined the stream, and the first thing that he did was go and get a coffee. Came in and then went out. That's what I should have done earlier on. So we're going to, well, this is a bit straight, so he's going to have to punch this to get out. Or he could just nurse it through and play it into the opposite corner like that. Now, this table just looks huge to me now. It does. You know, you then realise that the 9-ball table does have a size to it when you compare it to that little 7-foot pub table they've been playing the black ball on. It looks enormous. Yeah, you need that coffee to keep you awake if you're playing into the early hours of the morning with a money match or whatever. So Mr. Fox trailing by 2, and well, this is definitely bedhead territory as far as the cut goes. It certainly doesn't bank anywhere, and he just has to be hopeful. Well, he's actually overcut it. You wouldn't believe he'd overcut it from that angle. He has done, and he's got away with it as well. So there might just be a glimmer of an opportunity here for Mr. Fox. If Chimpy can't hit this and get it safe, for Mr. Fox to get back into the rack, but not after that shot. He won't. That's a good kick safe. Again, easy to hit, but no idea how you're going to hit this ball, whether you can hit it thick or thin. Oh, that kiss off the 5. Well, it's a 4-5 combo. Sorry, a 2-5 combo, not a 4-5 combo. Now, if he plays this gentle enough to give it the opportunity to go in, the problem is whether the cue ball hits it full on or goes like that and leaves you a shot, although he's hampered. Won't be long now, another 3 or 4 slips and it'll be gone. And I'll feel all the better for it. Well, Chimpy now, provided he can get good on this 4 with some sort of, well, maybe he couldn't see enough of that then. I just assumed he could see enough of it. Obviously he couldn't. He just pushed it around the table, and again he's got it safe. Now, is Mr. Fox going to go for the bank? I would think he is. It looks good. Looks a good line to come straight down into this bottom right hand corner pocket. No, he's not risking it. Not risking it. Oh, it's taken more than 2 or 3 slugs. This is the last one, and then it's gone. Oh, that was beautiful. That was badly needed. I've got my second wind now. Well, this is definitely the run out now. Should be. Well, the old draw into no man's land will do, except he's pretty much straight in this 4 ball. Got a slight angle, but it's got to be forced out. He's actually overdone it. This is a bit of a dodgy test. So you try cutting that into the side, the scratch is on in the corner. If you try and cut it, excuse me now, I've got the hiccups. If you try and cut it in the corner, you've got the well, it might just hit the knuckle, or the long rail just past the pocket. Now he's gone for the side. He's avoided the scratch. But where's the cue ball finishing? That ain't where you want to be. So again, the rescue cue, the old jump stick. Or is he just trying to catch the edge? No, I think he must have thought he could cut that in. But anyway, nevertheless, Mr. Fox won't be bothered. He's got a chance to pinch one back, get it back to within 1. And the winner, of course, goes through to tonight's final. No, for some reason I get hiccups when I drink. I don't know what it is, and then they just suddenly they're gone. Maybe it's because my stomach's virtually empty as well. I think it's a shock of something going into my stomach that causes the hiccups. But anyway, the hiccups are gone. The coffee is gone. It's doing its work on me. That caffeine injection. So, Chimpy with a narrow 1 rack lead. Mr. Fox plays the push out, probably get put back in. And that's exactly what's happened. Now, chance of it going in, he's kicked it in. That's what can happen when the ball's close to the pocket. The question now, though, is can Mr. Fox get this job done here? No problem from the 2 to the 4. And he's trying to cut corners, nudging the 7 in as well. But this is all but over, bar the shout in this rack. Probably just drop the 8 in and take the 9 into the side. Unless he finishes on this 8 ball in such a way that he can run around to the left side of the 9 ball and take the 9 into the same pocket. Well, he won't be now, I don't think. I mean, he is fairly straight, so he might just draw back up. Let's have a look. No, he's going to leave it in the side. So we're back all square. Well, a couple of balls have gone into either corner, I think. And lying nicely on the 1 ball. What went there? The 2 ball, the 6 and the 7. And the bad news for Chimpy is he's going to go behind from this visit, because everything's lying perfect. Again, he's just got himself straight in this fort. Oh, it's just nudged against the point, and he's okay. Again, he's gone straight. So with the bank, gets him in prime position in the 9 and into the lead. I heard a joke on YouTube yesterday, and I hadn't. It was what's his name? I wonder if you guys had heard it. I thought it was just a cheeky little joke. What do you call him that was in the Beverly Hills Cop films? What's his name again? Oh God. It must be my age. I can see his face and I know who he is. I'll remember his name in my bed. What the hell's he called again? And of course he was Donkey in the Shrek films. Somebody say his name. Eddie Murphy. And he told a joke about the bear and the rabbit. Have you heard the joke about the bear and the rabbit? Have you heard the joke about the bear and the rabbit, guys? And I'll tell you if you haven't heard it. If you've heard it, I won't tell you. You haven't heard it then? Right. So there's this bear and this rabbit taking a shit in the woods. Right? Two of them side by side taking a shit. And the bear says to the rabbit, "If you get a problem with shit sticking to your fur?" And the rabbit said, "No." So the bear wiped its arse with the rabbit. I thought it was just a little tittery joke, a little cheeky little joke. Obviously it doesn't travel well. Remember, this isn't a PG channel, so I can tell dirty jokes like that. Oh, I can hear the tumbleweeds rolling across the prairie. Not so much as a titter. Nothing. What a miserable crowd. Oh. But I think the secret to all comedy, we had a comedian over here, the Irish comedian Frank Carson, and his punchline was, "It's the way I tell them," and it is the way you tell them, and the way that Eddie Murphy just said it, I got a laugh at it. He said, I think he said, "Listen, you can tell your friends this joke tomorrow when you go back to school or something like that." But it's about timing. Yeah, this bear and rabbit are taking a shit in the woods. And the bear said to the rabbit, "You get problem with shit sticking to your fur?" "No." So the bear wiped his ass with the rabbit. Yeah. Well, you see, I'm easily made laugh with such stupid jokes. Filthy stupid jokes as well. I'll laugh at. So here we go. we're back all square again, folks. This might be going all the way. Race to 7. Winner breaks. No handicap. Rack money and spot money on, I think. One ball into the side, something into this corner, the bottom right, something into the corner, top left. And no shot in the 2. But there is an opportunity to hide down in this left-hand corner. A big area to hide in. The problem is you're sending the 2 ball towards the corner pocket on the left-hand side, but if you can get the spin to work and the line to work, you can maybe hide behind that 8 ball and 9 ball. Mind you, to get that line, they'd be going close to the right side pocket. He's going to try it, I think. Well, he's gone narrower, so he's coming inside. And he's going to scratch, I think. No. Well, he took a much sharper line than he needed to actually get down into the corner. Instead of running into them, he wanted to come behind the 6 ball. What's he doing? Running through. Plenty of running on it because he has to get the bottom side of this 3 ball. And he's going to have to bail out with the jump stick again. But the cue ball is taking a good line that he should definitely have a shot in the 6. And that'll do, provided he can avoid the 9 ball. I mean, he could bump the 9 ball, but he doesn't want to be bumping it in such a way that it bumps back into the table and he's blocked off. He's avoided it, but he might scratch if he's got too much sizzle on it. Oh, he's okay. Now, he's again got 2 straight in the 7 ball, so he's limited to what to do here. And accessibility to the 8 ball is the problem. And you've got to get past the middle pocket if you want to try and get a cut on it. You've got to get to here to be able to see it from that side. And bearing in mind he's pretty straight. Yeah, well, there wasn't much he could do with what he had with angle wise. So it's the old kick and hope. And he's caught the back edge of the 8. And Chimpy has a gift to take the lead. Well, I said earlier today when the stub match was scheduled at 5 PM British summertime that this was probably going to be a 5-hour stint tonight, and it pretty much is already, because I started my stream time about 20 minutes after it actually started, before the introductions. Let's have a quick look and see what's going on. Well, we've got Stefan through. I never saw the result come through there. I missed it. Stefan has beaten LS3 4 racks to 2. Stefan was getting the 6 ball, which is a generous handicap for him, especially in a race to 4. So Stefan is waiting on the loser of this match coming across. When Chimpy's caught that too thin. And, well, Mr. Fox obviously can plot the 2. The slight problem is finding the spot for this 4 ball. That 7 ball's a bit of a handicap. It's just in an awkward place for the sort of line you would normally go to get on that 4 ball. And He may well use the jump stick again because you don't want to go to this side rail. You could miss that ball altogether. And that, of course, now means that with it so close to the rail, it was difficult to keep the cue ball on the table. So Chimpy, ball in hand with a 4-9 combo if he wants it. For a 6-4 lead, 1 away. And in it goes. So the 2 ball down, 1 ball is on, and that 4 ball, once the cue ball gets out of the way, we'll have a good look at it. I'm pretty certain he can cut that, no problem. He just has to be able to see the 3 first of all, and well, he can't see it. He can see a sliver of it. Maybe if a push, but it's awkward queuing over these 2 balls. He would want to cut it to the rail, back across and miss the double kiss, but I don't think he's comfortable with it. Well, it's no miss now for Mr. Fox if he's to survive another rack. He's close to the rail, big distance between the cue ball and the 3, and he's still got to worry about getting the cue ball around or out for this cut in the 4. And if he misses the 5, he should be fine as far as that goes. And then the other issue is he's running into the 6, and that's not going to help him get good in the 5. He could just brush the 4 in and brush onto the 6 and just leave the bedhead cut. That would be as good as anything, but he might end up pushing a 6 safe towards that 7. So, depends what way he's thinking of it. Yeah, he's run into the 6. He's still in play, and the 6 is in the open, and he has the bedhead cut in the 5, and a perfect angle. As long as he finds the gap, if he comes down between 8 and 9, he's come the other way. That might be dangerous. Oh, he's okay. But again, it's finished bolt straight on the 6. You couldn't get any straighter than that with a spirit level. Well, it's still got the chance of going all the way. But Mr. Fox wants a ball and a shot. Not a lot to ask. Well, I didn't hear anything go in. And is that the 1 ball that's up top there setting a combo? I think it is. Yep. Now, how's he going to get a shot in the 1 after it, though? That's a problem. The 2 ball's now locked up. And that's an easy enough combo to make. It goes to the jaw, but it looks in it all the time looking at it. the bank. The cue ball position is perfect. And the combo is simple. Now this is the problem shot. Now if he digs into it, gets a nice sharp stun, he can certainly get over to the left hand side of the table. And he's headed the right direction. He's actually hit it too good. Got it a lot more than he thought he would. But, well, unless he does something pretty sharp with the cue ball, he can't avoid running into the 8. He's got to take evasive action at this angle, so he's digging in. Oh, I think he tried a bank. Look at how he's ended up, though. Oh, he's scratched. Well, that's a disaster. So, ball in hand, 3-9 combo. If he wants to risk it, I think the way the table's sitting, I think I'd be running out here. I think it's even though the 3-9 are close, is it worth taking a risk? But this to take us all the way as I thought it would go. Oh yeah, don't tell me we've got another straight shot. This is looking... No, he's got an angle. He's okay, should be fine. And this should come down past the left middle pocket. Unless he's is he jacking up a bit? Yeah, just down past the left middle pocket, that'll do it. And anything but straight on the 8 ball. Any angle. Even if it's inside, that'll do nicely because it's again just a stun in and get the cue ball out to the left to get as good a line as you can in the 9. Well, he's running away from it. It's given him a much longer shot, but he didn't want to risk the stun with these pockets. But we're going all the way. Well, this tournament could have another hour in it yet. Because we've still obviously got the one-loss side or the semi-final match to play. And the 8 ball has gone. But the cue ball has also gone. So Chimpy has ball in hand and just has to stay in that gap between the 5 and the 3 to get on the 2. Is that the 9 that's up there? Why is he playing the 2? Oh, I thought he was going to play the 2 there. Aye, I was panicking for him. I thought he was going to play the 2. I thought he'd forgotten the 1 was there. So he's just going to kill it to try and stay in the gap. And that'll be okay as far as that goes. And now around the angles. And out and over for the 3 into the same pocket. And it's hit the 6. I always thought it was just a wee bit short of pace, but the cut's on and back across the table twice for the 4. Loads of room. And once again, this sort of shot needs a good dig and a stunt to get out. And that'll do nicely. Now the same thing here. He might not want to risk stunning it too much because he doesn't want to stun straight into this corner pocket, but he certainly wants to go over the left hand side. and the 9 ball's sort of in the way, so he's just run it. But that leaves it a wee bit more of a shot to be played. He wants to put a bit of right on this, so he pushes the cue ball up towards the 7 over the right hand side. So the right hand spin will help the cue ball on its way, and that's why he's missed the 6. He didn't get the allowance for the squat there on that cue ball, and Mr. Fox has been given a free go to get this match over with. Now this cue ball is, again, this is a thing I spoke about loads of times. Either go left or right, but don't go straight down the table. Do something with the cue ball to make sure you're going one side or the other, and that will do. So it looks odds on certainty. Mr. Fox is through to the final, and Chimpy's going to have to try to get revenge, but he has to come across one more obstacle, and that's going to be Stefan on that one loss side, or the semi-final, however you want to title it. And confirmation, once this updates, we've got Stefan there. Now Stefan was getting a 6 ball against LS3. I think he might be getting a 7 ball, something like that at least, against Chimpy. He may well be, and that is very dangerous. Well, nothing's appeared, although the bracket's updated. Well, maybe it's going to be scratch. Well, maybe it is. It must update when the room appears. I'm assuming that Stefan's going to get a handicap. Oh, he's getting this. I keep telling Steve to change the colour in this damn text, and he's never done it yet. He's getting a 6 ball again, so in we go. And Chimpy's won the lag and about to break off. Stefan, player 1 in the HUD, gets the 6 ball. Yeah, I'd much prefer just simple black text and bigger for my eyes. That's what I'd prefer. It's not a lot to ask. Well, we've had the 3 ball and the 4 ball in the break. Shot in the 1, cue ball back out into the table, and the 6 and the 9 locked up. So that's, I wonder if that 6 and 9 are a bank. You think they're a bank? You think that 9 is a bank? Maybe it's not wide enough. You think that would hold the line? That looks close to me, that 6 and 9. Now, I presume Chimpy tried to get a hit on it and still have a shot to 5. He's missed the hit, but I think he might be worth having a look at that 6 and 9 and try the bank, because even if it doesn't get the bank, the problem is the line that it holds after the second rail. He might have a pop at it. I think he's looking to see if it's got a line that might hold that line for the 9 ball, unless he tries to do something spectacular with the cue ball here. Well, obviously he doesn't think it goes, so he's leaving the bank. Now, I don't know whether he can get enough of the 6 ball to play the bank, but I fancied the bank up and down the table for that 9, and that 6 won't hold the line. And what's more, it's over the pocket. I bet he wishes he had a go at it now. He obviously looked at it and didn't think it was on. So Stefan, remember, just needed the 6 ball. So mistakes like that are what make it easy for Stefan with the 6-ball money ball. You know, he's coming to the table with just like 1 ball to pot, and in the blink of an eye, the rack's over. So Stefan now can ram home the advantage if he can find a way onto this 6-ball, and it'll be 2 quick racks. Well, Stefan's totally lost the plot there. He was trying to get cute to hold the line for the 6-ball, got that part of it right, but forgot the other part of it is potting the first ball that you're aiming at, which was the 5. So Chimpy's been given a free go to square the match. And unforced errors like that, when you start committing stuff like that, you know, you should be prepared to expect maximum punishment from it. Now, I think there's a slight angle. Yeah, just enough to get the cue ball moving. Could have done with getting to that middle pocket, but he'll take what's there. And there you go. If you don't get really good on it, and you've been in a tournament for 3 hours, near enough, the old eyes start to play magic tricks on you. And Stefan should tuck this in for a 2-0 lead. And this is what I'm saying. There's the difference between playing the 9-ball from there, when the 9-ball's here, or something like that, and you've got all the room to get down here. If you fall short, you've always got that little tester to pick that cut angle. And as soon as you start hitting knuckles here, they'll hang up. And so that's one that's escaped for Chimpy, and a gift for Stefan. Well, if Chimpy's going to keep going, he's going to have to work hard and make no mistakes. And I'm assuming, this is the immediate problem. He was trying to improve the situation with the 5. Well, he has done, and he's also got rid of the 7, so that's a better setup, but he's got to get back up there. And he's hooked on the 4. Is it going to get the legs? It's got the legs. Well, there's a bonus. Got to make the most of it. Well, Chimpy will be relieved to get off the mark, because you don't get much time to get yourself back into this type of match in a race to 4. It's got to be immediate response. Now, he's got 1. Can he back it up with a break and a run out? You've got to get a ball, and I don't think he's got any joy. And also, the bad news is Stefan has got a pot in the 1, and as long as he misses a 6, which he hasn't done, he would have had a shot in the 2. He still might have a shot in the 2. He does. He can just see the edge of the 2, and that is enough to cut that in. Well, that needs to keep rolling. Well, if he's going to get there, he's going to do it ugly, because he's not perfect in the 3. Cue ball wants to go away up table, and he's run into the 8 to try and hold for the 4, and he's scratched the side. So here we have the 3-9 combo, if Chimpy wants it, to tie the match. But I'll tell you what, if he doesn't get this and this 3 ball's on, it's only the 3, 4 and 6. Sorry, no, tell a lie, 3, 4, 5 and 6. Well, and it goes, wiped its feet, but it's got there. 2 racks all. Well, the yawning started again. The caffeine kick didn't last long. I think the brain's overriding that. It's telling me to get to bed, as it always does. It does that like an hour and a half before 10 o'clock. Usually by 8 o'clock, the old brain's shutting down. And remember, the final is a race to 9, so we are just under. We're probably 3 minutes away from 3 hours as far as Friday night 9 ball goes. So it's heading to its sort of normal duration, which is about 3 3/4 hours. And of course, depending on how quick the final goes, it may well nudge past that. But we've now gone beyond the 5-hour mark. And if you joined late to the stream, 5 hours ago we had a second round match in the VP4 2022 Black Ball tournament, and that was between Real Poland Power, Stubb, against Zangetsu, Stubb from the USA, Zangetsu from South Africa, who we all thought after watching Zangetsu's first match that Zangetsu could well be a problem for Stubb, and it all turned out that that was how it went. But Stubb played poorly in terms of his shot choices, banging the ball, trying to break balls open and scratching time after time. And Zangetsu proved himself good enough to take advantage of those silly mistakes that Stubb was making. Got himself a lead from just short of the halfway mark. And Stubb sort of nipped his way back to a couple of racks. And then Zangetsu kept his distance, held his nerve, and eventually got the job done. And the other match, which was the following match at 7 PM tonight, British Summertime, was Larry against John Boo, which was a no contest. Larry was just way too good, way too experienced. And John Boo, like many players, found it a real struggle on that black ball table. And was way out his depth, and a comfortable 13-2, was it, or something like that. Comfortable win for Larry. Oh dear. Well, the scratch from Chimpy, and ball in hand for Stefan on the 2 ball. Now he needs to get right over this left side. It needs to roll. 4 ball over the corner pocket, not a problem. Problem is bringing that cue ball back into the table to a position where he can at least see the 5 ball. Now the obvious shot would be to follow the track off the rail in between the 8 and the 7. He's gone top side, so again he's running this cue ball way too loose. And now he has to either can he get past the 8 ball? No, he can't. So can he get past the 8 ball? Well, I think he thought he could, but it was never on. And he's had a bang at it. And I think he's almost got away with it. This 5 will cut. Now, you've got to be careful with the cue ball. It could brush that 6 and scratch, depending how thin he catches this 5. He's got to watch that. I think he's dragging down to draw away from it. Still got to be careful. Well, that bounce off the rail has put him in no man's land. And of course, now Chimpy's at the point where he just cannot leave this 6 ball on. That is Stefan's extra money ball. So it's got to be left safe. And that'll do it. Now, how daring is Stefan going to be? Because this is a shot I'd play all day, is thin that edge of the 6 and get the spin working and avoid that middle pocket like that and try and hide behind 8, 9. It's a tall order to get there, but sometimes you've got to just make a move to try and advance the game. But this time it's backfired, and it might well be the nail in the coffin, the final one for Stefan in this week's tournament. But it's still a good run he's had. I obviously didn't see any of the matches earlier on, but clearly he's got the benefit of his handicap. Well, I'll be, just to remind you guys, for my birthday present, I'll be 58 on August the 18th. So, that's if I live that long. And that'll do. So Chimpy has survived, and it is going to be a revenge match between himself and Mr. Fox in tonight's Friday night 9-ball final. And it's just gone 10:05, and we'll have a little musical interlude until the room goes up. We'll have this instead. Yeah, good evening again, guys. Yeah, I turn my mic off when the music's playing there, and I keep forgetting to switch it back on. But you know what it is, it's a revenge match between Mr. Fox and Chimpy. Mr. Fox having put Chimpy over to the one-loss side. And that missed, cutting the two into the side. Well, this cue ball's... He can certainly pot this 6. Does he want to try and take something off the cue ball here? Or just let it take its path? Because if he just lets it run like that, he's going to be really awkward. That's in no man's land. Well, pick what pocket you want to go for. I think he's going left. And he's got left English in the cue ball for it to run round the angles, but I don't like the crack this is taking. Well, a gift, if ever you want one, to get your first rack on the board in the final. That's a risk you always take when you cut to the left, but you put the left English in the cue ball to kick around the angles. When it hits that tangent line off that first rail, you know that the second rail and the third rail are going to be the same, and the line goes straight into that corner pocket every time. So 1-0 to Chimpy. And the break is dry. Back in 2 seconds. Right, what have I missed? Still 1-0. Oh, I had a miss call at 20 minutes past 5 this afternoon. And it says potential fraud. It's not a number I recognise. That's good. I mean, I don't answer my phone anyway. My my smartphone, that is. I never answer it. Not that anybody phones me either, but it's usually only my neighbour that phones me. Just checking on that. But that's the first time I've had a potential fraud call on my phone. I was watching it, and the interesting thing about that is I was watching a programme when I got home from work today, and it's a BBC programme, and it's about catching the scammers. And what the BBC were doing is they've got hackers that are good guys, if you know what I mean. They know how, they're experts at hacking into people's computers, so they know. I'll tell you about that in a minute, Slim. So they know that how to, do the same thing that these guys are doing. And the amazing thing is, the guy was watching what the hacker was doing and what was shown in the hacker screen, but the hacker wasn't aware of it. And they were sitting watching the guy, and he was talking to this lady, but they couldn't hear the conversation, but they could see what he was up to. And they were installing software onto the woman's computer so they could take over the woman's computer, and also on her phone, to try and hack into her bank account, get her details and stuff. And the BBC hacker, if you know what I mean, was trying to get a hold of her, but obviously her phone was engaged. And eventually they got a hold of her because it was either her man or her boyfriend had come in and hung up the phone. And the BBC guy said, "Look, I'm so and so from the BBC, and that call you've just taken was a hacker." And they actually got it all sorted out. And then there was other people where they actually got money off people. It's amazing what these hackers can do, by the way, because they actually had the guy's webcam working so that you could actually see the person in front of the computer. But you don't fall into that trap. But there are people in the world who are that gullible and will answer these calls. You just don't answer anything that you don't know. Nothing that if you don't recognise or expect any sort of call, you just don't get involved with it. And as far as my neighbour goes, I thought that the funeral would have been, 2 days ago. But actually, she phoned me this afternoon. I was actually taking a nap at the time, and she left a message on the answer machine. It's going to be a cremation, and it won't be until the 22nd of this month. So obviously, there's a queue of people waiting to get cremated. So that's another, best part of 2 weeks away. And basically said, you can come if you want to come. Well, fortunately, I'm actually off that week because that's the week that I've got off to watch the first week of the World Championships, the snooker. So I will be available. Yeah, they do. That's the unfortunate thing. That's the thing. A lot of older people are trusting people. They fall into that trap. They are very vulnerable as far as that. and people saying nice things to them and telling them they'll do this for them and that for them. But, you know, my rule is, and it's a very simple rule, if I'm getting emails, they're emails from people I know, or from my bank that I know, or from Visa that I know, or from PayPal that I know, and anything else that comes through, don't entertain it. Anything that tells you to do this, do that, you've won this, you've won that, you don't go near them. And especially any junk phone calls that you're getting, then that's because you're exposing your number to people. But I don't get any junk phone calls anymore on my house phone, because I've taken care of that. I get none of that now. They get shut off very quickly. They don't come near me now. I've never had a phone call in goodness knows how many years. I still get the odd email. I like those emails that I get from Africa. Some African king or whoever it is, or a prince wants me to hold $5 million or something in my bank account for him. I get plenty of those. I like reading them. I love the bad use of the English language in those emails. They're funny. Because you usually get a good sob story with them as well. But you never ever fall into that silly crap. But as you say, Slim, there are people there that are just gullible enough to do that and to listen to people. So we're one rack all. We're a long way from the finishing line. It's 20 minutes past 10, so 3 hours and 20 minutes. These guys have been at it. And we are over 5.5 hours, but since I started my clock, we're 5 hours 25. I knew it would be a long stint tonight. That's why I got my dinner early. Good evening to Bedhead again. I think Slim might have fallen asleep. I certainly am not far off that. Yeah, I think that's what it's right, WizKid. I mean, there's a whole stack of bodies lying in mortuaries. All sorts of numbers of people. So, Chimpy's got the slender lead. And Mr. Fox, is he trying to run for cover here? What's he trying to do? I mean, the 4-ball was sort of partially blocking that pocket. It had to be really accurate to try and squeeze that 2 in off the 4. And Mr. Fox might find himself in trouble here again, because Chimpy's going to try and punch this 2 around and stick well, he's actually hit the 6. I think he's taken his eye off the ball there, looking at the 2, and forgot about the line that he had to the 2, and he's run into the 6. So there's just that little bit more sign of fatigue. But none of these players have sat here as long as I have tonight. And I'm in a worse condition than them, I can assure you. Because I bet you none of them have to get up at 4 o'clock tomorrow morning. But I do. Fortunately, though, I've got a short shift tomorrow, so I can get home and get a nap. Well, this has gone funny again. Another testy 4-ball, and again he's gone for the bank. And again, no joy. well, you can't bank this back up to the right. You've got very little room. And if you bank it left, you're not getting anywhere near the 5. In fact, you'll struggle either way to do anything. He's just trying to run for cover. And maybe Mr. Fox will have another go at this. Because he can certainly run the cue ball back around for the 5 ball. But I think he's ducking for cover here. He's going thin. At least I thought he was to start with. He's having second thoughts, I think. I think he's trying to find his way behind the 7 and 6. Yeah, needs to miss the 8 ball. And that will do very nicely. Well, if the 4 ball slows up, it's a pretty good kick safe, but it's came out. Well, do you try and nurse this in and just stop the cue ball running too far up the table to leave a sight in the 5, or do you go all out to get up the table? He's trying to hold it off. And that almost found a pocket now. He's okay. Well, we went all the way with the first match. Went to the final rack. I think it did, if I remember. My memory's not that good in terms of remembering what happened in the last half hour. I'm having to look to see. Yes, it did. Bedhead, was you there when Steve was talking about the leagues? If you're still there. I don't know whether you were there at the time. Just in case you're interested. Which you should be. Yeah, it'll just be you two that's in the one team and you'll have no other team to play. You can set up a doubles team and you'll have a long wait to get your first match. But the gist of it is when the main matches had finished, he decided to give us an update on the work he'd been doing and the progress he had been making on the league setup, and he's been doing a lot of testing on it, and he's got it to a stage where it's working to a level that he feels that he can start doing public testing on it. Now, we had the test server of VP4 initially when we were testing. He was going to do that, but he wants to do it on the main server, like where we are now, probably like a 3-ball league or something, just to get matches over quickly and see the system working. So that is only maybe a couple of weeks away, according to Steve. So we'll see what happens. So Chimpy is going to go back into the lead. Well, even little 9 balls like this can be awkward when you're tired. Because he's an hour in front of me, remember, it's 11:30 at night where he is. And it's a long haul to be sitting here all the way through the tournament. But if you keep winning matches, you're going to have to go the distance. Well, it's a bit pointless doing single leagues, Bedhead. That's what the ladder's there for. But if you had a single lead for one pocket, it's only going to be used to and Wizard cheat making up the numbers. But Steve was also talking about the point system and how it works, and also various different formats of leagues that he can do. If you know Steve, I mean, he doesn't do it half measures. Half the stuff I didn't know what he was talking about, but I was asking if it's possible to do some sort of Moscone setup on it. But well, you just the proof of the pudding is what we see. I asked him to maybe do a video to actually show us the layout. It might be better for him to do that first to give people a general idea of what he's proposing. It's all very well telling you in words, but people want to see the meat and drink of it. So he might do a little video. Working on refunding a scam. This looks good. Now, can he get? I don't think he can get between that 9. Oh, I think he can get maybe the 7s in a way. Let's have a look. Yeah, it is. So the 2-rail kick doesn't look that difficult. Well, he's got the hit, but he needed a fair bit of luck at that pace to stop the cue ball from stop the 2 ball from staying in play. But Mr. Fox has a problem with the 3, and I think that he's just going to duck for cover here if he can. And that will do. Well, the obvious stumbling block with leagues is having if you've set up your own team for the league, how reliable are the people going to be to turn up on that designated afternoon or evening, whatever the time zone it's going to be when it's going to run? That's the one way it will fail, is if you don't have it set at a time where it's suitable for all of the people in your team that you've got. That's the one thing that will make it work, because it's very much down to the players to make it work. Well, I think I'm on my last legs here. I'm reclined back in my chair at the moment trying to see this. Well, I'd be fine for a league as long as it's on a Tuesday night or a Wednesday night, because Tuesday's when I finish my work, and then for the rest of the day on Tuesday that's me, and then I've got all day Wednesday. I've got the Thursday off, but having a league night on a Thursday night wouldn't be good for me because I've got to get up early for work the next day. So it would only be certain days that would suit me. Well, the thing is that I think quite a bit of this whole league setup is up in the air as far as what can be done. It's Steve will probably say it's very much down to what you guys want. I mean, I was asking him about doubles leagues, stuff like that, which is also why I was asking about like a Mosconi Cup setup, where you could have the USA versus the rest of the world, or whatever, USA, Canada, whoever. I don't know, any sort of combination. But he sounds as if he's got the system so complex that, again, he's the only person that understands it. This is why it needs clarification and explanation, so that everybody's got a fair idea of what's going on. So Chimpy has the early advantage. Now, can he build on it? He looks, well, it needs to come off the rail. But again, he's going fairly straight. So he's going to probably leave that. Well, he is going to leave this long, unless he starts drawing back to get out into the table. Didn't put any English on it, didn't want to risk it spinning across the table, so he just played it straight draw. Now, how does that 9 look into the side? Well, that looks simple enough, just a drop through. No fancy acrobatics with the cue ball. So the revenge match, it's very much taking shape that Chimpy's going to build up a lead here. The lead has gone to 3. We're into rack number 8. And winner breaks, of course. And a ball in the corner pocket. The 9 ball goes in. 9 ball comes up. And the player stays at the table with a shot in the 1. Now, can he hit that soft enough to stay onto the 2 into this side pocket past the 5? Or what's he going to do? I don't know whether he can hold that enough. Well, that's what he's trying. And he's not bad. Well, he can play this with a little bit of left just to grab the cue ball in the rail and bring it back out. Gone dead straight in the 4 though. Well, he can just come straight back again. He's got enough room off the rail. It's a little, well, I think he's going to jack up for the draw. And he just hasn't got into it enough there. Left it a wee bit short, but it should have no obvious problems to get on the 7. So 8 to the 9 is where the problem lies. Didn't quite get to the middle pocket. But nevertheless, the 9 goes in. It's a 6-2 lead. So it's Chimpy's to lose now. He's got the break. Maybe he's found his second wind. Well, 3 ball goes in. 7 goes into the side. Something went in up top. Don't know what it was. But it's the 3 has gone. The 6 and the 7 have gone. Thin cutting the 2 across the table twice and out for the 2. And this is looking good. Oh, he's got it. He's actually caught it the wrong way. Now, is this going to be the start of the comeback? Well, it's going to have to start sometime. Might as well start now. But all these, the odd sign of fatigue is to be expected from either player. It's who stays awake the longest, I think. I know I'm failing. I'm pretty much done and gone. But this VP4 stream is heading towards the longest stream that I've ever done in Virtual Pool 4. And I'm barely holding up, and Mr. Fox, I think's also showing these frailties at this time of night. His chance was there, and this is going to have to be worked a bit to get anywhere near this 8 ball. But Chimpy can stretch the lead. We might have got it too good. He needs to run into the 8. He'll take that. That's worked out nice. Oh, he just underhit it slightly. Another one of these little testy ones. And he's way off the map. And things are just threatening to come off the rails here a bit for Chimpy. He's probably struggling to keep his eyes open, because again now it's 20 minutes to 12 his time. And Mr. Fox gets a gift to pinch one back. But if only he could get his break working, he'd at least have a chance to try and string something together. And what's worse than coming up dry is actually leaving your opponent straight in on that 1 ball for starters. The 2 ball in the open, 3 ball in the open, 4 ball is up table, and then not only getting onto the 4 ball is a problem, and getting on it good, but will he be able to find a way back down for this 5? Well, he could hook himself behind a 6, he could fall a wee bit short and get into that gap, or he could go to the bottom rail, and he's played it safe. He's gone for the gap. Now, he has to make sure he isn't running up the wrong side of that 7 ball. So he's got to just nip this a wee bit. Just make sure he comes back into play. And I think that will do. Now he could go just forward and around the corner. He's putting a bit of spin on it as well. He doesn't want to get too much on it and go too much pace. Now, again, he's got a choice. He could go a little bit of inside left so that he comes back across and misses the 9, and maybe leave that 8 into the right side pocket. No, he's trying to just stun it up. That will do it. He had those choices there available to him. So Chimpy has recovered his 4-rack lead. 7 racks to 3. It's a long haul back for Mr. Fox. And I'm in my last legs. Cue ball. So it's a free go to pinch one more back. And of course, this is a Friday night 9-ball where there was only 11 in it. It was 5 short of a full house tonight, and it's still going nearly 4 hours. So that one loss side was taking much longer than normal to move its way through the bracket. And of course, as well, the other thing to remember is Larry wasn't in it tonight because he had other things to deal with in the Black Ball tournament. And Spectre Dawn, I believe somebody said earlier, he was signed up and then he withdrew, and he hasn't been around for the rest of the day since. So clearly something changed his mind. I hope it was something good, a night out or something like that. I hope it wasn't anything bad. But usually when those guys are in the tournament will move faster as they go through their matches. But Mr. Fox is back to within 3, and now this is where he needs a break and run. He needs to find a bit of momentum if he can. Well, the 4 ball's gone in, the 1 ball's over the pocket, the cue ball's in play, and it's across for the 2 ball up table, or maybe into the side, because he's found a line that he can just drop this in and stay in the 3. Now the 7 ball has just become a little awkward because the adjacency of that 9 ball. And again, how many times have we seen this? Guys are getting onto these balls this end of the table and they're ending up dead straight. So he's just going to have to come back, and he could have been a wee bit better on it than this, but if he gets it, he will have some sort of shot in the 8 ball. It might not be great. Well, again, he's playing from distance, so he's going to have to just come off 1 or 2 rails to get out and around for the 9. And it's just going a wee bit further, and again it's close to the rail, but you know, you might be looking at this with blurred vision at this time of night. And I know I'm talking from experience, very much so. Well, Popman, what you need to do is go and watch this stream tomorrow when it's processed, and watch that match, because Stubb he get found out very quickly that when he comes up against somebody who's got a better idea what they're about, because Stubb didn't. Stubb had no idea, and well, you'll hear a lot of repetitive stuff in that match. Because Stubb kept doing the same thing in that match. He kept banging at balls to break balls out, and he always came up with a disaster, time after time after time, and he never changed his way all the way through the match. And he was always chasing Zangetsu, who was a worthy winner. There was no fluke or no luck involved in that, I can assure you. Every guy that watched it will tell you the same story. And the good thing is, it's all there in colour for you to watch it. It's well worth the watch. Zangetsu was very deliberate, very steady, made the odd mistake, but as I mentioned earlier as well, he was making a lot more successes than he was failures. And Stubbs was a whole litany of failures right through the match. Big time. Scratches time after time. Poor shot choices. As I said, banging at balls to try and hope things happen for him. The worst thing about it was he just kept doing it. He never learned from it. He just kept doing it. It was just a one-dimensional approach from Stubb. And he was doomed to failure. Yeah, that's what you'll say, bad luck. But I mean, one's bad luck. Like 10 to a dozen that happen with Stubb is not bad luck. That's numptiness. But Chimpy now is on the hill, thank God for that. It's now 10 minutes to 11. And we are 5 hours, well, we're actually over 6 hours, but we're 5 hours and 55 minutes into this marathon. I mean, when you consider that there's crazy guys that drive cars and iRacing and all of those games, and they do 24-hour bloody endurance races, so they do, and stream them as well. They're nuts. Oh, he made wrong decisions time after time. It was just unbelievable what he was doing. Some of the things I just couldn't fathom what he was thinking. I mean, Zangetsu might not win the tournament, but he's done. The one thing is that the draw on his side in his next match, he's got nothing to fear. Nothing to fear whatsoever. And everybody that comes up against him's got a lot to worry about. Well, Chimpy's had a thump at the 1 ball, trying to get that cue ball somewhere towards the 2. The 1 stayed out. The 2's obviously ugly where it's sitting. And you know the worst thing about tonight for Stubb? He won't learn anything from it. Absolutely nothing. He won't learn a thing. All he'll hope that this tournament never comes around again. Because he may well steer well clear of it. You know, once you've been stung once, you don't want to deal with it again. And that's true as well. You know, players forfeiting and not showing up and whatever. It's good that he had a test early on, and you know, no sooner has he. What was his first match? Let's have a look. Well, these guys are. Well, is he about to finish off? Who's at the table? No, it's Chimpy. He's not quite there yet, so let's just nip into this bracket. Who did he play in that first match? I've totally forgotten. Okay. Where was he? Right, so he comes up against a guy, Ice Age, who hadn't a clue. Let's be honest. He had no clue what he was up to. And that's the type of player Stubb loves, because you know, he's got nothing to do. He doesn't have to work hard. Ice Age made it far too easy for him. And we all said that he's going to have to be prepared to deal with this guy Zangetsu when he plays him. And Zangetsu ran out 13-10, and it was deserved. And that, as you say, first test he gets, and he fails. What I don't want to see is capitulation into defeat. And players like Ice Age and Glenn O'Brien the other night and others have all done the same thing. They've no clue of what they're about, and they keep doing all the things wrong, just hitting at balls with no structure whatsoever, no end goal, and Stubb gets one of them in his first match and thinks it's all too easy. Well, there was a wake-up call. And Chimpy, well, he's just at that angle in the 8 ball where it wants to go right. So it's a question is whether he goes right all the way and gets back into a better shape, because he's going to leave a cut in this 9 ball if he just lets it run. But yeah, he's letting it run. He just hasn't let it run enough for comfort's sake. But if he can get the cut, he'll be home and dry. And it'll be Friday night 9 ball in the bag. And in it goes. So well done to Chimpy for staying awake. Unlucky to Mr. Fox, but revenge is sweet for Chimpy. Mr. Fox put him over to that one lost side, and Chimpy gets revenge. So that is our Friday night winner this week. It's going to be short and sweet, guys. If you've stayed with us all the way, which most people haven't, let's be honest, they've all gone to bed. So I will thank you for your company. Take care, guys. Stay safe, and we'll bid you good night. And I am off to bed, and we'll see you again for some more matches in this VP4 2022 Black Ball. See you again, lads. We've just ticked over 6 hours. Good night.
Surely you can't be serious.
I am serious. And don't